Move to the superior gotcha, you say? Nobody would do that. Man, yeah, that's pretty brutal. That is definitely a next level fuck up. On that level of negative comments, that's a lot. That's pretty easy to tell that someone did not run the numbers. Or, I don't know, assume that they could get by with less? Who knows? Oh yeah. Well, we'll see, I guess, if they fold and give more, or what they're gonna do. What the idea is. Airship has returned fully loaded. Oh yeah?
Impressive, Challenger.
1 month away from 5 years.
1 month from 5 whole years. Damn. Time has been doing the flying. Appreciate that 59 months, Prodigy. Hopefully it's been Gucci. Time does fly. Time does indeed fly to the moon and back. 5 years is plenty of time. Steam release is coming out. Oh. Can you imagine releasing on Steam and just going straight to like mostly negative? But like not because you have like 100 reviews, but you have like 50,000 reviews, mostly negative. Overwhelmingly, I mean, yeah, true. That would be quite something. That would be quite the fucking something. Ignore deleted. I mean, yeah, probably. Well, who knows? In this case, they are kind of reviewing the generosity of the creators, which is an odd review, but I mean, that's what gacha games are kind of about, so. What's a potato? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would be actually perceived by Steam. I mean, it also seems like a pretty easy thing to fix, you know? Just, well, I don't know. If you now come back out and say, here's a bunch of polls, be quiet, you know, are people gonna be happy about that either? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, exactly, yeah. It's like, the whole business model, like, depends on people, you know, getting that first step in through the door, seeing them, like, seeing they're you know, getting some stuff and feeling like, oh, okay, this is at a pace I could keep going at. I could keep, you know, playing. I mean, that's what Nikkei did really well. So, yeah, I don't know. Feels like a all banners are still running. We're 50-50. I see. That's a lot of banners, by the way. What the fuck? That is quite the number. Quite the number indeed. Today's goal, candles. Candles and slates. I don't know how I'm gonna get it. Here it is, the siren. Fuck yeah. The superior gotcha. Already leveled. You go 1 chain line. 88 today with chain lighting. I'll say it's 150 FA. Yeah. Honestly, not too horrible a price. You can get that and be okay with it. You can definitely get shafted way harder. Nice, Tato. But yeah, it'll take a bit to farm that up in the beginning. I mean, right now I'm farming for each one of my candles is 150 FE. My slate's 150 FE. My candles are 150 FE. I did not play Arcana pretty much at all. I dabbled in it, but I didn't play it much. That's when jump candles are expensive. Mm-hmm. There is a reason I'm trying to stick with deterioration. 1K. Holy shit. Geez, I'm still having fun with this thing. Try Goth Mommy. Wanna give Goth Mommy a shot. Mouthful's Epoch videos today. I didn't get time to watch it yet. But, I've seen some side comments. Was very measured. That means we must rampage, for it's not measured. Six and 17. Okay. D3 like. Mm-hmm. Right away into Catcrop Rock. Wow, I got nothing. Damn. I don't know if you'd have to ask like Bits or Raj or someone. They know better of like what's going on and that kind of stuff. I really am not versed in profitability. I replied, oh, okay. Well, I have no idea. I haven't checked Discord. Well, there you go. Check Discord. 'Cause yeah. Clockwork sucks, does it? I have like no idea what is. Got 2 mercs. Clockwork sucks since it ended. Okay. Okay, and then alright, 2000.
Impressive, challenger.
Monax.
Monax, indeed. Like as much lime for the 58. Hopefully it's been good. Much monaxing around. Appreciate the long time support. Oh. How do I... fuck. Yawn. I just ate. How do I... So I have like 300 paper scraps, but I still have yet to see how to do canvas. How do you even do canvas? Do you need something other than that to drop? Sleepy already. I saw it last week? Okay. I have no idea how to do canvas. I just have a fuck ton of scrap, but I don't know how to activate it. Or what do I do with it? I don't even know if it's like good to do, but there's an NPC in town near Eternia. Okay. Let me go over there and talk to her. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. I don't know if canvas is any good, but basically just misfill. Okay. And then just run it in town. Okay. You want T8 on canvas, okay. Yeah, it's kind of with Mistville the same thing. I need to be in T8s. The problem is getting to T8s right now is a bit rough. I'll double my damage once I get my pedigree and my candles, but I need the money to be able to do that. Looks early till you get the passives. Right, yeah. Yeah, I've tried to do the combo candles. Also, Eternia right now is really rough. Like, I tried to do level 1 just now, and you have to be in, like, T8 plus to do level 1. Like, it's surprisingly rough. Candles are made by, like, fusing 2 candles together. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, there's like low tier stuff here. Was it power? Yeah, canvas is the source of all gems. So you can get lucky and get some of the expensive alt gems by doing this. Whether it's worth it or not is a different question, but this is where they come from. We're last debug already. It happens. At 150? Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, you find something else you can sell. But yeah, I think last in the Canvas League, I ever only found like one of my own. Nice in a row. What's this point? Okay. so this is just the tutorial for Frozen Canvas. Because 300 scrap is about 30 FE. So it's not horrible just to sell it. This isn't worth doing myself. I'm just buying what I need, because right now I need pedigrees and candles. Recommendations for first time staying free to play. I don't actually know what would be like the recommended thing right now. Some heroes from 0.5. All right, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to recommend you as a starting, I guess, class. So it's 90 per run. Okay. Nine FE per run, you won't make it back until T8s. Right. Um... It's gameplay. Alright. Yeah, so 9 FE. You really won't make back 9 FE. Until T8s, that is pretty true. Well, you need to get all the level ups first as well, which is kind of the annoying part. So not only do you have to do a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I guess I just need to push to sell everything and then get myself in the T8s. Get myself in the T8s. I'm close to... I'm close to getting the boss down. But just kind of short of it right now. Just need a bit more. Yeah, we'll see. This stuff is just like super easy to kill. Yeah, maybe we just sell the paper then. Wait till I can get to a higher tier. Wait till we can get to a higher tier. To hack the entirety of the world? Even the plants? I don't know about this. Seems like quite the task. And again, maybe that's why Shabi was always yelling about Wi-Fi progress. He was trying to hack the plants, and it wasn't working. What? I am literally my own world. That's fancy. Yeah. These are probably worth selling at this point. I need to be in higher difficulty. Making consistent income in higher difficulty will just be better for me. It was me, Barry. I jacked you off at supersonic speeds. You what? Probably, Raj, yeah. Just something to farm shit up with would be nice. I mean, the Mistville stuff's not bad. It's 10 Mistville eyes for like 6 to 7 FE. It's not horrible. And then the paper on top. It's okay. Not like insane, but it's okay. Yeah, I do just need to farm a fuck ton more stuff. Because I want my candles. I want my candles and I want my pedigree. And everything else that starts coming along with that. I need upgrades. Swing jump pedigrees? I don't know. Turf and Turf. Fuck yeah. Enjoy fucking wattage. Yeah, I don't actually know what the what all I know my pedigrees for this guy, but I'm using very weird ones. Yeah, I didn't get a single FE from them doing this. Ribeye and lobster tail? Shit. Yeah, I can do 8s, but I can't like do 8s. So I'll sell these. I'll sell those. I've got 90 FE there. Okay. Let's see, man. Day was pretty good. Pretty chill. Nothing fancy happened. Just the day of existing. Just a nice day of existing. No, I just ate leftovers. I literally just did the bare minimum today. Just whatever was in the fridge went in a pot, and I shoved it in my mouth. It was delicious. And marginally nutritious. And I'll take it. 255. I know I saw a cheaper one. 222. Okay. 50. Oh, well, it's a 2-liner, but still. Those bits. 189, bit of life on there. 18 damage, blessing. Use that ASMR voice more, what? Yeah, I guess that one's probably the one I'm gonna have to pick up though. Yeah, okay. 149 for the pedigree. Okay. Back to farming. Back to farming. Sell the eyeballs, sell the paper. Sell whatever the fuck I find. Buy a pedigree, buy my candles. Double my DPS. Get to T8s. That sounds like a plan. Sounds dangerously like a plan. I should be able to do it pretty easily then. Well, I gotta get one pedigree, one candle, and then try to do arcane. Not, ethereal. So I can get my other candle in. I should have the damage once I get my one candle and my pedigree in. 'Cause that's still like 60 additional damage. Should be good, I think. Seven hunting, 8 snow paper, 8 resonance, rest in the Mistville, Eternia. As you can afford. Okay. Regret I'm making too. Okay. Which one's hunting? Commodities. Legendary. For to upgrade T7 big against T8, there's only 2% chance. Okay. So you're grabbing this for the snow paper. I think it's dropping that. That's an alternative, you're gonna afford it. Okay. Can't even remember what all these did. Kind of remember the icons. Okay. Oh, this is boss. Okay. So grab all this. And we go left. Then this. Oh, it's just randomly. Okay. Just boosting its ability. Okay. And then snow paper.
Impressive, challenger.
Stopping by to spread the love.
Spread that love. Thanks so much, Spoops, for the 63 months. Appreciate you sticking around for the content. Hopefully it's been Gucci. Bossing. Okay, so that, resonance. Which one's resonance? Entree, juice. The diamond thing with lines. Peace out, spoops. Let's go sleep. Oh. Okay. These? Okay. Any resonances? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So resonance from there, paper from there, boss things from there, and then you said Mistville or Eternia, as you can afford it. Okay. Eternia Science. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just sold mine. Or I put mine for sale. Okay. Oh, soul paper cells. Snow paper cells, I mean. Oh no, I saw the other things. Or put the elixirs for sale. Yeah, they're 0.6. 0.7. Alright. I'll take it. Oh. Glacier or Voidlands? Healing? Okay. I just don't have a lot of keys right now. I'm basically looking for the pad, the Mistville resident, and then just killing the boss. Crack gains? Nah, I don't need it. I know my gains by the amount of candles I'm gonna be able to buy today. And pedigrees. And other things. You do that once and then you get a double boss. Yeah. This is 7 too, yeah. I just rolled a really bad map.
Impressive, Challenger.
Hyper Megapogus Crazy.
Augers of the Crazy? Thank you so much. Axel X. 44 months. Much crazy. Much hyper. 2 snow paper, 20 residents. Okay. Yeah, I rolled like 2 negative modifiers against myself. 6 snow paper, scrap, flame. Okay. And this guy spawned afterwards. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I need to not roll a map this bad. Also need to do way more damage, but that's a whole different problem. I mean, I guess there's a question to be asked as to what if I should even do them in 7-2s when I could just do them in 7-0s. It's a little bit more like boost, but 42 resonance, 6. Wow, okay. You do get a lot of resonance then. You do get a whole lot of resonance. Yeah, that was like a bunch of minus down. Oops. George Hogan voltage. Oh. Yeah, I probably should do them in 7-0s, just so they're easier to kill. Speed above all things here. No point in doing them in something that isn't just insta-kill. Not enough quantity bonus coming back from it. Not enough quantity bonus. No, I've stuck with life for now. I don't have the money for low life at the moment. I'm far from that. I'm barely in T2 gear at the moment. So, a game up my alley. 1.5k. Yeah. I mean, it's a possibility, but... the name seems familiar. Yeah, I can do this quicker in 7-0s. Should just go down in difficulty. Do. Why does that name sound familiar? 'Cause it does sound familiar. It is. Oh yeah, this game. Yeah, I know this game. Yeah. I need to fix my Firefox. I don't know what's wrong with it. Wait, what? Okay, so it's some extension that's causing that to happen. Question is, what extension? But yeah. I saw that. Seems pretty interesting. I wonder what's causing that to happen. What's causing to do that? Really? Oh, it's not an extension. That's all extensions off, right? Yeah, okay. So it's something else that Firefox turns off when you put it in troubleshoot mode. Huh. I wonder what it is then. That's interesting. Don't have a clue as to what it could be, but hardware acceleration. Yeah, I think I've already messed with that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I've tried on and off. And all sorts of things. Let me try that again. Yeah, it just freezes. Yeah, weird. So if I put it in troubleshoot mode, it doesn't do that. Yeah. So what is troubleshoot mode doing? That's causing it to... So that's what it is. That's been my whole headache this whole time, is Firefox is doing something to slow everything down. I have no idea what it would be. Yeah, that's definitely its own problem to explore. 'Cause I don't know what the fuck that would be. It's annoying and I gotta fix it, but I don't have a fucking clue what it could be doing in the background. Ah, damn it, I meant to do this as 7-0. Why it only does it in troubleshoot mode? I'll have to look and see what troubleshoot mode turns off. Yeah, basically. Pull up what troubleshoot mode is doing and then figure out one by one, doing it manually until it stops bricking. Whatever it's doing, gotta make it stop doing. I'll definitely go into 7-0 after this. There's no point in me trying to do it at this difficulty. Not until I can get my next 2 upgrades. 60 million is not enough DPS for this. Much as I'd want it to be. Where is the pad? Things are just a little too tanky right now. Just slowing down the speed of clear. We don't want that right now. We do want proper speed. Want some proper speed to be able to sell everything. It's just made better with Ember Pet. Ember Pet? Pirate Ember? Yeah, I probably don't have it. I got that one. But nothing else. Spent 1 point. Again, Back to farming. Back to farming it goes. But yeah, I got nothing else. Let's use FA. Oops. Didn't actually mean to go to the Oasis, just meant to dump my coins in the Oasis. Let's see. Helmet duration, crit stuff, dex, energy shield. Alright, so how much money did that last purchase give me? 177. Alright. Getting dangerously close to. Can I buy the pedigree? 149. I can. Auto pan. Oh yeah, I should. Right, yeah, I don't need anyone else. Okay. That timing thing I gotta get used to. I'll get it. I'm not perfect at it. Also, they don't stay cursed permanently right now, which is annoying, but that'll be fine later on as well. So that's about 70. Okay. Slight boost up. Okay. Well, that was worth the purchase. 70 to 90, boosting up to 130. Alright, cool. That works out pretty well. Focus Strike, quite a nice purchase. Now they get the candle. Which... what did I buy? I bought my pedigree for Focus Strike. Area skills deal 32% additional damage to enemies in the center of it. It came with 18 damage and then 1 blessing on it, so I'm able to get more desecration stacks. So the combo just works out very well for me. I mean, I could probably still do 7-2s. Because yeah, right now, what I'm essentially trying to do is need to get my candle next, and then hopefully the candle gives me enough damage to do Eternia so I can get my other candle. If I can get both my candles, I will go from what I'm doing now to... the problem is that just doing the Eternia was too hard. I tried to earlier. I can't kill stuff in there fast enough. Even at like level 1. Which caught me off guard, but yeah. Oh, right, just buy the paper. Oh, okay, I guess, yeah, true. Because you don't have to run it, you just need the upgrade, right? Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'll do then. Honestly, I should probably stay in the single target mode spec if I'm doing this. That's where most of my time is spent right now. The builder it's called. I have a link for it somewhere. It's like abandoned. I need to stop clicking. And okay. I think this is it, right? Yeah. I think that's the one. At least the one that I saw last as being used. Let's see. So 14 can be sold for 11. Okay. An aesthetic overall. Different type of aesthetic, but yes. Okay. Alright, so what I'm doing now is the candle. It's 125, 128, 99. Okay, so about 99 is I can buy one of my candles. Okay, cool. So that's what we're farming for. Get 99 and get a candle. Get 99 and get a candle. Then that'll give me another 30% damage, and then farm up for the other candle, and that'll get me another 30% damage. That'll be 60 additional damage. Okay, being in single target mode does have the downside of slowing down my movement speed quite considerably. But my single target is way higher this way, so... What I need... Probably still better to stay this. Maybe. This is what I get for going self-made off-meta build. I've got no idea. For good or bad. If I'm heading in the right or wrong direction. Yep, basically. Do everything. Hope the number goes up. As long as number goes up, we're good. And I mean, number is going up. I hit 100 mil just now, so... Number's definitely slowly going up. Number is definitely going up. Like, I'm pretty confident in the pieces I'm trying to put together being, you know, working to a point, but the problem is, yeah, it's hard to know if it's gonna keep working, keep scaling. You know, the levels that these builds require. But we'll find out. Find the fuck out. At least I know the next two candle upgrades should be very direct power-ups. They should be easily seeable. If for some reason they don't do a direct power-up, then I can figure out why. They should be pretty sizable. They're also gonna then be the things that dictate what I need to have on my weapons and what I need to have on my rings and stuff. Screw. Why did my damage stay the same? Yeah, exactly. I just gotta hope that's not the case, because it should. Oops, I was looking at my bar. It shouldn't have that issue, but it's possible. I want to see. So I'm not triggering... I'm currently not triggering blessings fast enough. Okay. 2.8 dot. Shit. Hell yeah. Good damage. Sub 1. A2. Yeah, scaling starts getting pretty insane once you get there. no idea what it's gonna look like for me to get there, but we'll find out. Maybe chest piece changes and stuff like that we'll have to factor in, but Vampire's 2 weeks and a reroll. Yeah, fair enough. If you think you can do better with something else, might as well. Got some reroll funds. Hell yeah. Yeah, I definitely do not have reroll funds. Not that I want to, but I don't have reroll funds or upgrade funds. 302 again. The other good part about this is while I'm farming from the candles and stuff, I should be able to get enough excess gold to slowly work on the town. I should be good on that regard. Do small maps, right? Because you can do them so much quicker. Ow! I was not expecting that to go all over the place. Ow. Or the amount of maps need to kill bosses. I mean, that's fine. More bossing. Yeah, that's where my DPS is still very much lacking. DPS is still very much lacking here. All good. Gotta start somewhere. Do I have any need to go to my town? I mean, I guess I can send shipments, but I think I've maxed out all the rewards for shipments. I need to go look. have to get two. Higher level stuff, I guess. Ow. Ugh. Maybe I need to stop doing tarot cards once I get to 30. Ah! What the fuck? Do not put a pop-up in the middle of me fighting. Hmm. Did I? No, I didn't find whispers. Okay. Okay. What are you? This can also wait one price. So even the resonances. Okay. I mean, honestly, at this point, yeah, I'll take it all. 36. So once that sells and a couple more points, I can buy one of the candles and that'll give me another big boost. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it all. Yeah, that's what I need to save up for. Doom, rank. Oh really? Wow, okay. That's pretty good then. Yeah, that'll be the next goal then. You've done battle rank 600, right? So you're on those upgrades already. Guess I'm still behind on that one. I'm only at like rank 400. This one's 16. Okay. Yeah, I need to get the damage to get there. If I'm at 300 now before the pedigree and the candle, I think once I get the pedigree. Well, now that I have the pedigree and then I get both candles in, that probably will push me up, like right on the edge of that. So I'll see. I might be able to do it then. Might be able to pull it off. Should be able to. .9? Holy shit. Alright. I guess it's the great respec day for many people, I guess. I mean, I'll take it. I'll keep selling everything. I don't need to sell anything, so... Or I don't need them for anything. I'm set where I am for now, so... So, yeah, I mean, that price, yeah. I'm not planning to respec. Might as well sell them. Get rid of them. Definitely fucking worth. Oh yeah, the bound one's right. I'm just gonna keep liquidating everything I can. The faster I can liquidate myself into the next power jump, the better. I think it's like 6K? No, it's like 7K for the next town thing I gotta upgrade. So I'm just working my way towards that, I think, at the moment. Get my town all sixed out. Give them the... all the T5 dudes I can get my hands on. Then... just save up gold and wait till I can push boss rush to 600 to get, or the boss thing challenge to 600 so I can get Oasis 6 in. Do 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 do. Yeah, there might be a there might be a play to be said about having to use 2 skills in this build, but essentially give me something else to do while I'm waiting for that thing to stack, but I'll deal with that later. Really depends on what I want to do with it. He's getting to a pretty good level. Now it is essentially 1 right click to kill most rares. With my weird not a brand. Ow. I had no idea what that boss did. It just disappeared. I was like, well, I'm sure he'll come down from somewhere. Right. Yeah, so it is 7,000. 7,000 for that. So those. Those can be sold 5 to 4. Okay, and then I probably need to do... I need to do that for the unlock at some point. 46. Okay. And you get far less div cards now that they changed that. It was always fun to go drop off a giant stack of div cards. It sucks, yeah, kinda. I enjoyed that from the last one. Go in and turn in a bunch and just be like, ooh, look at all the stuff I got. Don't get that feeling anymore. Don't get that feeling right now. Let's see. Producing flame ingots. Okay. So everyone there is maxed. No one there. No one there, okay. That's maxed. Yeah, okay, so now I just gotta level it up. Okay. Level it the fuck up. Kind of funny how my damage works. Because I'll right click on something and you'll start seeing like 3k or 3 mil, and then by the end of the stack it says 10 mil, and then a little bit of time goes by and the deterioration stack, the impale explodes and it's like 30 mil. It's like, what the fuck? The damage is really bizarre. That's mostly because the last hit's like the overkill and the corpse explosions and all that happening. My single target's not actually like an actual 30 mil hit. It's just weird how the numbers line up on the last hit. What? Doing damage. Ow. The doubles of some of these bosses are a little annoying. Bosses. Okay, that spawned me in the fucking fireballs game. What do you want me to do there? There's not even like a safety window there. It's just like you just start taking damage the moment you appear. Okay. Wow. Well, there goes the entire level. Wasn't planning on leveling anyway. Wow, yeah. Nope. Literally lost the entire level to this. Just my damage is still too low. Really just goes to show I should be in lower tier maps. I need to be able to kill these like instantaneously. I don't have to think about this shit. Yeah. I'll go to 7-0s. It just makes more sense to be in a 7-0 where I can insta-give it rather than a 7-2. Because in the time it takes me, like, wait out and kill one of these mobs, I could have just killed an entire map. Keep going. This time with easier speed. I really wish those had some kind of animation for it's like that was the last one. I was just gonna stand there and be like, well, where's the rest of the mobs? It looks the same. I mean, it might have one, but yeah, I can't tell what the fuck it would be if it is. As far as I can tell, it pretty much looks the exact same. Pretty much looks identical. I guess maybe when the candles get snuffed out. No, there's an animation for them getting snuffed out. Even when it's not over. I don't know. I'll pay attention to it. Maybe I can figure out what the hell it is. While I'm blasting. Yeah, these are like way quicker to do in this tier. Way quicker, way more rewarding as a result. I can just blast through. Probably even run the clear spec. So I have 30% increased movement speed. Get through this map quicker this way. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if there is one. Switch to this one, because I can run quicker with this. The fuck? Got stuck on an invisible rock. Okay. Yeah, this is like way quicker now. Okay. We can level up somebody. Let's go level somebody up. I think it was this, right? Yeah. That's Oasis Core 6 now. Which means, yep. Okay. This is purified water. Black bread. So that's all done. Is that everything? No, this can go still up. So airships can go up one more. Okay. Yep. Okay. Airships are the only thing that go up one more. So 6,000 more for the airship, or 7,000 more for the airship. Okay. I capped them. So I should probably like do my star shards. I could do that. Well, yeah. I'll do them. Channeled spills. How much do I have? 110. Skill area 110. I'm a little short then. Random curse. Which one of these is not going to affect me? Skill area erosion resistance for every stack of wilt on the enemy. That does technically not affect me. I don't wilt. There's an aura effect. When starting to channel. I don't use any channeling stuff. That's probably okay. Generic inflict elements. Yeah. Yeah, that one should be fine. Minus 50 additional movement speed when there is only one minion nearby. Interesting. So if I use a Magus, that would be bad for me. Magus is a minion, yeah, okay. Okay. Well, I'll be down to if I use a Magus, I guess. Right now I'm using Swiftness as my last aura. Magus would be crit, but Swiftness is speed, so... Can you tell how many of these you have? Oh, 14 out of 80. There it is, top right. Okay, so I just need a little bit more currency. I'm not gonna buy that. Yeah, I guess just stack up a bunch and then just fucking run them back to back. That's what I'm gonna do. See if I can get both my candles before I cap the stack out and then rip through them real fast. That'll get me upgrades, hopefully. Funny thing is, there's only really right now one candle I can even buy. The rest of them actually weren't very usable or were kind of overpriced. So, well, I save it for the other, my next candle. Hopefully, hopefully a better one comes on the market. This is a surprisingly good way of making gold. You do actually get it to stack up pretty fucking quick. My last gold upgrade, huh? Until Oasis 6. And realistically, yeah, then it's probably not even worth using the golds to push this gliders until I get to Oasis 6. So probably just save up. I can like mega upgrade the town when I can do the boss. Get the upgrades. Five to 6. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll see if I can like get some of that going. I think the highest ones I have right now are 4s. So it's not as potent right now. I'll have to look and see what they are when I get back. But see. Like I said, hopefully with both my candles I can just get to rank 6. That way I can not be stuck waiting. Or Oasis 6. Because if I get it, then it'll be fine. I'll have a gold sink for something. I clicked the Eternia blade on the side there as I like ran by it. I didn't realize where it went, but it just died. Off screen due to how long my thing lasts on it. Pretty good for that. Level 5 mercenaries. I need dudes in the mines, and then I need some other stuff. I mean, soon I'll have everyone level 5, so that'll be good. Don't have to worry about much there then. 90th, the whole map? The fuck? I mean, I guess it has to just be like a weirdly weird roll or something. Where you can just get extremely unlucky and...
Impressive, Challenger.
I
Figure out
almost
what's going
forgot
on.
clicking this Mathil happy.
You almost forgot. That's okay. I also have the memory of a slightly deranged goldfish. Appreciate the 54 romantic. Hopefully it's been good. One man spam. Well, someone's chatting. Everyone else is too busy playing or playing Epoch or not even here. That's okay. We're fucking busting some levels. That's okay. Back to blasting. Hell yeah. It's got a blast, man. Got a blast. What it's all about. $133. Okay. $7 to $5. 8 to 5. Okay. It's fun. Oh yeah, I'm pretty much enjoying it. It's pretty nice just to run around at the speed of sound, blasting things, getting some loot, trying to get some upgrades. I have no idea what I'm attempting to build, so, you know, that's always fun as well. Just trying to figure out what is build. As a result of me not wanting to do the thing that's meta on this, I have made it so that I do not know what I'm doing. And that's okay. The usual. Very much so. For the first time. Hell yeah. 18 damage. That might actually be better. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think, like, realistically, yeah, it's a pretty easy game to just dive into and see if it's for you. you'll know pretty much on, like, right off the gate if it's something that would in turn interest you. And thus, if you're, if you're not feeling it, all good, all good. Game looks quite good. Yeah, that's definitely, like, for the most part, the best part about it. Just a game loop that's just has you blasting right out the gate. Nothing but blasting. Just really focused on that idea of having you constantly make little upgrades, constantly working on gearing something. There is that as well, yes. There is that as well. Okay, I just need something to sell or something to drop me a little bit. I can finally buy this candle, and I can see if this is the 30% damage boost that I'm thinking it should be. I hope it is. Otherwise, I have understood my entire build incorrectly. Which would be kind of funny, but also slightly alarming. I'd rather not be in that state. Yeah, it is a lot of that. You just constantly make one piece of gear a couple % better than the last piece of gear and just keep going upwards. So if it's like, that's not something you're into. Understandable, understandable. But there's a certain joy to it. Just slowly and consistently making incremental upgrades. Yeah, I mean, true. Like right now, the thing I'm trying to get my hands on, this should give me like a fucking 30% boost. Which is pretty big. Right, yeah. Understandable. Yeah, Torchlight gearing system is a big numbers go up loop. But then yeah, when you get deeper into it, you do have more impact per item, and you do actually change some stuff around, but it's still, just like any of the more simplistic action RPGs. Make number get bigger. My screen's flooded. Yeah, it does seem like their solution to how do we make things good on the ground is to make sure that everything is on the ground and tell the player to narrow it down as they need to, which it's a solution. It's definitely a solution. It's a fun solution to go, so it's far more engaging setup. Yeah. Yeah, going through like sub menus and context menus and fucking clicking everything over and over again. Definitely isn't what I would call the best way to do a system like that. You know, is it gonna engage the player that much? Not really, but it is powerful. So, you know, it's that question of, well, just because it's not a elegant solution, it is, you know, a pretty decent solution, so I don't know, hard to say. Just let me click the mod on the item, make a list of them. I mean, yeah, true. You know, if they could interact with the items themselves and just like have a thing where you could just click a mod on an item and say add to filter or add condition or something like that. Add a condition on filter. Make it a little bit more streamlined from the items, but I don't know, maybe that adds even more complexity and makes it even more confusing. Something I was trying to figure out myself last night while I was just chilling, eating dinner. I was trying to figure out how you could actually make like an action RPG gearing system where you have like a way to make it so the player has to choose between like what's on an item, but at the same time make it so the player is able to like swap items if they get an upgrade on the fly. Because so many of these systems, it's like you have to replace the item with 5 out of the 6 stats that the item has. I'm like, I don't know if there's a way to do both, where it's like you have very versatile upgrade ability, but then the item itself isn't like locked into another item or the same stats as that item. There might be a way to do it, but it was very difficult to come up with a way to, like, you know, because it's a kind of a problem with like having like resistance requirements or stat requirements or anything like that. It's like pieces become foundational to the full setup, and they're really hard to remove. Let's remove stats. The more complex it gets. Yeah, kind of. Like, the more complex it becomes, the more... Like, I kind of had, So removing the frame of time. Get more of a dedicated time slot. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you can swap in a different way rather than on the fly. Hopefully, it's part of fun. It can be, yeah. Make it more crafting station deal. Yeah, kind of. 'Cause I was thinking, like, in my head, like, what if you had your underlying clothes were your resistances and defenses, or whatever you had, and then you had, like, bracers and pads that were your offensive stats, so you could decouple those two things from each other, so you could be more on the fly with that. And that leads to some other problems as well, because then, you know, is it then too easy to stack up your other stats and get all that stuff going, because you can just do that. Remove more runes? No, not like you'd have had like an underlying tunic that had like 10 elemental resistances, 12 psychic resist, and 3 life regen, right? Like, it had like 3 lines on it, maybe maximum like 4, but then you'd have like you know, chaps on top of the tunic that had 6 crit, 2 attack damage. And like, you could, depending on what drops, like, you'd have a very minimal amount of rolls per item, but you'd have like the ability to kind of swap them out a lot more. Yeah, you'd have to add like way more complexity to make that feel worth it. And like the other thing I feel like you could almost do, and I don't know how this would work, but you could almost lean into like roll bloat almost, where a point of dex is a little bit of attack speed, little bit of accuracy, but then you also have an attack speed roll, an accuracy roll, but at the same time then you have strength giving you have like a lot of stats that like overlap on top of each other. Like strength would give attack speed to two-handers or something like that. So like you have dex, strength, attack speed, all this like vying for the same slot, but then you give items that only give 2 to 3 lines maybe. Whereas the player can use, 8 of those lines. So you're more able to like swap different pieces as you're going for overall buffs, but not like one stat goes up or put too much stuff in stats. Yeah, I know they would. Like it would overall, but like if you did it within limits, because yeah, fair enough. If everything has, if you could just jack strength and dex and you get multiple things. It is stronger than standalone version of the monster. Yeah. So like if you get dex, like 1 point in dex was Benesis. Like 1 point in dex would be like 5 attack speed, 5 accuracy. But if you get an attack speed roll, it's like 12 attack speed. And if you get an accuracy roll, it's like 12 accuracy, right? So it's like 120% of what you would be getting on the hybrid stat. But then you get to like, as you're gearing, if you see something drop with like a dex roll and an accuracy roll, you're like, okay, I can wear that for now. And then if you do drop something that has an attack speed and an accuracy roll, you can just swap them out, right? Because you get a little bit more out of the attack speed because you're getting overall a higher value. So I feel like maybe that would be like a way to do it in some way that the player is able to. Because the reality is, like, you'd have to be able to drop enough stuff that the player can equip something and feel like they're still gaining slight advantages, but not to the point where it's just, like, number go up, right? Like, you don't want to make it so the player is just looking for only 13 attack speed, and then when they have 13 attack speed, only 14 attack speed, and so on and so forth. You do want to make it so that, like, there's enough viability in different options. And then you also have to make it so like there's reasons to kind of do like, not attack speed and stuff like that, so that those pieces of gear also matter in some way. Like it'll be good to get something that doesn't have attack speed because you don't need attack speed on your build. So yeah, it becomes like a mess at that point, but against change on the fly. Well, that's the thing. It's like I was just thinking if it was even possible to generate a system that actually was change on the fly. Here's something. You can call them keystone, affix, prefix, suffix. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do, you could do like way less per slot. And it does give you, if you did way less per slot, but you did a little bit more slots. Maybe. Instead of just having, like right now, like if you look at Poe, we have like life, resistances, damage, effects, like everything. In like a glove. Falling into center. Yeah, it does feel like a lot of stuff kind of falls into that route. Like honestly, it's like I think that's one of the things that's kind of holding back the like a nice leap forward in how to make gear important off the ground is we do kind of be enough impact on changes like these. Maybe. The thing is, I haven't really played a game that would let me see the other side. I know which one it's Torchlight or like Epoch. I mean, yeah, honestly, I would say blasting is fun. But at the same time, I hear Epoch's pretty good. I mean, the benefit of playing Torchlight is you'll know very quickly whether you want to play Torchlight. Right? You can start playing and instantly be like, okay, not for me this time around. And that's fine. Have a single cat girl. Single cat girls in your area. Somewhat similar to them? Kind of, yeah. Roguelikes do use elements of that where it's like more so like on the flow changes to the system. That is true. Oh yeah, RPGs have by far the most kind of overly complex. Not overly, but like there's just a lot going on. I'm thinking about the one just used in most cases. Yeah. See, the thing about the Magicraft wand system and a lot of that stuff, one of the things that's so why it's so good at doing what it does is because it's kind of a limited pool of items and they're kind of like already set, right? So they're able to like kind of hand you the better ones throughout the run, slowly through RNG or whatever means you have. And that kind of goes back to that idea of like a limited pool of items is somewhat kind of better to have. And that goes against action RPG stuff. To a degree. It does. It lets you change stuff. So there's like a framework of customization within it. And maybe that's the way it needs to be. It's like you need to have like your framework armor that you can then patchwork together to make your upgraded stuff, and you can like maybe the way to do it is like you have a patchwork pool of things that you can put into a patchwork armor, and then that generates for you your full armor set, and that's how you change it. You heard there was cat girls? There is. Okay, so I'm doing like 94. Alright, let's see if my build is absolutely bricked. Bricked up. Okay. Okay, my top end is higher. It's just still really hard to control it well. Yeah, I mean, when I control it well, I'm getting into the 154s. Okay. Interesting. So now I gotta get another candle. Now to get another candle. It is in real time. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where my thought process as well was coming from, Kaiser, because I'm like, if I do work on this mini-map ARPG idea, I'm like, how do I make the gearing... How do I make it so the gear on the ground is actually what you want? That I don't add a crafting system. Not saying I won't. But... And a big part of that is just being able to be flexible with the gear that you're getting. Cause like I want it to be like if you go into a psychic zone, you take a lot of damage from psychic mobs, but they also drop you like psychic resistance. Right? So it's like, okay. You can farm them to get yourself like psychic resistance stuff so you can farm them better. But I don't know how to make that feel good. Need something like collecting bases to gamble on. That's kind of how the system in my head is currently working. Because my idea is that you essentially start in the town and you start exploring outwards from the town, and wherever you've killed kind of puts down a track that then like supplies are sent back into the town. And then when you are like, you know, done with a run or want to pop back to town to see if you can make upgrades, the town has been working with the materials you've sent back to make you gear. But you have no idea how that's gonna work. I will have to get to a I'm like finding proper gear. No, because like in my setup, it's gonna be pretty easy. Like if you need fire resist gear or fire damage gear, you just go into a firestorm, and that will drop you like fire based items. Well, that's I'm in between two systems, guys. Are kind of yeah. Like I don't entirely know what, because the thing is, once again, it's a game based on a mini-map. So I won't have that much, like, you know, ground space to shove a bunch of items onto. So I have to put the items somewhere where the game has space to show them. Concept of crafting systems worth of control, not random drops. Right. But yeah, that was something I realized, like, if I'm gonna make the game based on the idea that you're playing it on a mini-map, I can't really put all the loot on the mini-map, because then it's just like a clusterfuck of icons, which makes no sense. So I need to put the loot somewhere away from the combat, and that's why I was like, well, what if the town is where the loot is, and it gets there through some means. I just have no idea what that means would be yet. We'll see. I'll have to scratch my noggin on that concept for a while. I'm sure you said probably geared out. Yeah, I mean, realistically true. In that regard, yeah, you could make it so it's like your run is the gear you start out with, and you can make it as far as you can with that gear. Do like a darkest dungeon limited resource thing for like heals or say, you know, whatever. Kind of force the player in some way to go back. That is what I'm talking about. Nice to see you. The record is skipping. So is my brain, because I don't know what to put this point into. Big old crafting station only happens in town. You drag stuff down. No gearing done in the combat zones. Yeah. Cause so the concept I have. This is like extremely rough concept because I literally have started working on this idea in the last like couple weeks when we brought up the idea. The concept is like you have your like central town like this, right? Like, you know, the town will grow over time and all this stuff. And then around this town is like a wall. And then that wall will every now and then, like, you know, or that wall will have like openings to it, right? Like stuff like this. And then these will lead in towards like corridors that are like, you know, this is the fire corridor going this way, and like it loops around like this and like this, right? Because you're playing on a minimap, right? So your character is just like here. And like you'll see like dots of enemies here. Maybe there's some green enemies that are like friendly, or there's some blue ones that are like healers and stuff, whatever have you, right? Like you'll essentially like see the minimap like this in the distance. And then you basically set out from the town trying to get as far down these corridors as you can get while, you know, fighting stuff. And then in the town it'll be like tower defense, well, who knows. But in the town you'll be able to see like a weather report. So there's gonna be like a lightning storm in this area. So if you farm like here, you're likely to get like lightning gear. But then this is also the fire zone, so you can get like fire lightning hybrid gear. So maybe you need fire and lightning resist. This is like a good place to get that, or what, you know, whatever it is. I'm not entirely sure how that section of it works. And then what happens is like as you're trekking along, there's like kind of the delve idea where there's like a cart or like a thing being pulled back, and as you kill and stuff, there's basically a porter that will take your stuff back to town. And then when you get to the end of the rope, whether that be supplies, how long it is, how, you know, whatever the run is, you go back to town, you do your stuff, and then a day and night cycle passes and the storm moves. And so then the mini map is the zoned layout will stay the same, but the mini map will, you know, basically kind of reset, and then you get to explore again. And as you get stronger and stuff, you can explore like further, and then, you know, this is a ring of enemies that's like level 1, this is a ring of enemies that's level 2, this is a ring of enemies that's level 3. Then you'll start being able to pick up like beacons, so you can put like a beacon here, so you can travel straight to the beacon, so you can start in like level 2 zone and keep going forward. And so you like move around, and then in the fog, you know, you'll find like an arena of a boss here that you could then fight. That's like really, you know, the big stuff. That's kind of how I envision it, because if I want to make an action RPG based off the mini map itself, I need to have like minimap radius and reveal radius and stuff like that. I need all of that to be important, right? Like I need you to be able to get more minimap radius so you can see over a wall, right? Like you can look over there and be like, oh, on the other side of that wall there are mobs, and I can see their icons because I have minimap reveal radius. But like that's as far as I've gotten so far with it. Is when you envision Potu's Alice system done well. Not endless generation. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure like how the like if I would even bother with endless generation, or if it's just gonna be like there's up till layer 7, 8, 9, or whatever. No, the minimap stuff would be like you like a kind of a meta upgrade where it's like you have a piece that gets upgraded as the town grows and stuff like that. It would be like the thing kind of, you know, gating the player to not go too deep in too quickly. You can, but you won't know what's coming ahead of you, and like you won't have like the no knowledge and stuff. That way you don't get overloaded with shit on the minimap, like just right away all of a sudden you have like a fucking giant radius and you see like 27 different pathways to walk down and stuff like that. So you just have like a beginning point. That's kind of how it works in my head, but I don't know. That's as far as I've gotten on the idea so far. As just how do I make it so the minimap is like a key component of the gameplay? And really, to make that happen, I need the player to be playing on a map. Quite honestly, I think it's got potential, and like you could, you know, one of the things I thought about is like you could find like small villages and kingdoms in the fog of war, and then connect them to your base, and then you'd have a small trickle of like a caravan that brings you like supplies from the fire zone or the fire section and stuff like that. You instead of putting a teleport pylon down, you could put a corruption pylon that corrupts that area and boost the mobs to a different level or tier or stuff like that. I feel like you could do a lot with just like different overlapping zones of influence on the map. Because it really is just like I'm trying to think of different ways to use the map with a papercut approach. Maybe this has just been like me 2 weeks in my own head. Let's do good on Thea before I come in. Yeah, I probably should. Is that romantic? Get some good sleep. But also just kind of want to get started. I just get something. Because like, in terms of like graphical and complexity, it's very, you know, thankfully the idea is not super complex on what it would be, because it's just like lines of a mini map and a dot. So I don't need a massive amount of stuff to get it started with, but yeah, I've been ever since I realized I play Path of Exile by staring at the minimap, I was just like, I wonder if this is possible. I wonder if there's a way to make this happen. And then I also thought about like, well, what if I make the walls like destructible and I give the player like a bomb spell that allows them to break through a wall, but I give it like limited usage, kind of like, you know, you have in like Dungeons and Dragons, where like every town visit, you know, the player is then able to like make its own pathways through things and stuff like that, like reshape the minimap, give the player the kind of control over what the minimap is doing, or the map in general, but that reshapes their minimap and stuff. So I don't know. But then I'd have to make sure the player doesn't like keep resting and doesn't like, well, the supplies to the town could be kind of the factor for not resting, because if the town runs out of supplies and all of a sudden like nothing's happening and your character gets weaker or some stuff or whatever it is, you know, something like that could be. Maps, you say? No, not like maps. Well, it's the map, right? It's all about the map. Like literally like terraforming the just, you know, taking out a wall. Like if you want to get if you see that there's a cave of loot on the other side of the wall, but it could, because you have so much minimap radius, you can see that there's a cave of loot over there, but there's not like a direct way to it, or maybe it's just closed off in general and you need that much minimap radius to even see it. then you have the ability to like get dynamite or a bomb spell or something like that, something that takes up a resource slot, and bring it with you to blow up the wall the next day. And then there's loot in there, or there's supplies in there, or whatever have you. But just so that the player is like looking around the map and using the map as a map to notice things, to see things that are going on. It's like that would be like the point, right? It's like just play by the icons. But the icons mean a lot of things. I don't know. I'll get around to hopefully throwing together some kind of prototype for it. No idea if it would work, but Windwalker's map? Kind of, yeah, actually. I didn't think of that, but now that you say it, yeah. Kinda had that vibe to it. See the erosion pet from all the angles? I spun it around a couple times, yeah. I saw many things. I don't know what I saw, but I saw things. Ride speeds where pose mapping will struggle. Well, sentences maybe. Yeah, like that's the thing, is like I want the player to kind of see things that, you know, if you're walking down and you're running low on supplies, right? And you're reaching the end of your like supply chain for that day, but then you reach a point where you see like golden brickwork showing up on the minimap, you know that the next day you should come over there, right? Because all of a sudden you're like, oh, this wall texture is different. There's something that might be interesting here. So I want to make like visually things and like things you're going towards, and then you explore that area, and then maybe you know, see something along the way or whatever have you. To kind of like direct the flow of things, all the while like putting things that are too difficult next to things as well, to make it so it's like, oh, I need to come back here later and stuff like that. But that's all like very difficult to do at this point. That's more so pipe dream levels of things. Yeah, maybe, Kaiser. It might be that it ends up being something that isn't an ARPG. And if that's the case, that's the case. You know, I'm not gonna fuss about it too much if it ends up being something else, but yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of playing the game on a mini-map. Just cause, yeah, it could be interesting to see what happens on something like that. But yeah, it's possible that it, you know, the gearing kind of comes out and it does become more so a roguelite, and it's like shorter play sessions, shorter runs essentially. Yeah, no, I'm 100%. I want the, like, I have the idea in my head of what it would sort of play like, and whatever backbone that requires for the rest of the game, I'm more than happy to swap it out. Cause yeah, if it turns out gearing is not a good way to get to that point, then I'll just fucking remove the gearing, right? Like, to me, it's whatever. I'm not gonna force gearing into the game if gearing doesn't feel good, or what, you know, whatever element might not be there. Yeah, I mean, Dave's a great example of it. It's like, hell, let's just make whatever this is. It's fun. All right, cool. Is it in our genre? Nope, doesn't matter. But yeah, the general idea is like I want to have the player play on essentially a mini map where you start in a town and branch out outwards towards different directions for different reasons. But not like I say I want dynamite in it, but I don't want it to be like Crypt Keeper, no, Crypt Keeper, Core Keeper. I don't want to go that route with it, where it's like, okay, you're branching out in all these ways, you're digging holes and stuff like that. Like, I do want to keep it more focused on the overall, like, zones rather than just events within, or like looking for ore and stuff. That's stuff I don't need. I do want the player focused on mostly combat and being like, oh, that's a group of mobs that got purple stars on them, means there's a bunch of debuffers in there and stuff like that. Breath of the Wild. Yeah, true. Yeah, they did have more of that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see what it boils into, but there's no pepper. For Black Sail, I don't think there is. No, I think it's one of the few ones that doesn't have a pack spirit on it. Oh, there is? Okay. Interesting bones. I like interesting bones. But yeah, that's just my ranting and ravings about weird game ideas I have. Because I feel like there's definitely a concept in there. I just gotta figure out what the hell it does. Just gotta figure out what the hell it does. Not down. And then I also gotta figure out like how to really, you know, make the combat kind of work around the minimap as well. Like some of the stuff's easy, like you can attack anything in minimap radius could be a thing you could do, and then that way, you know, you can attack around a wall or corner if you have visibility of it. But that might also just like make things too cheesable, who knows? So I don't know if I want to go that route either. I do like using the idea of like knowledge from like knowing what mobs there are ahead of you. It's like, okay, they have like 2 buffers at the back line, so let me use a spell that goes through enemies until it hits a wall and then ricochets to the nearest enemy, and then you could like, because you have the minimap, you can kind of see where that a spell like that could be cast or something like that. That might be something I want to explore. I'm not entirely sure yet on that. But like, I need to figure out like all the ways that I can make the player be able to utilize their knowledge of the map effectively. You lost your gliders. Oh, okay, so they like die for like 4 hours. It was like a rogue. I guess it does to a degree. Like, I don't know. It's like in between, because like, Like, maybe it is more roguelike. Get offered power weapons. You can strategize based on your current kit. Yeah, kinda. I said it at the start of the day. Oh yeah, I guess. It's like the rogue section of it would be like the start of the day, your prep, and then you go. And then you have like a run, and depending on what you get from that, then influences how your next day's run's gonna go. And depending on like if you had a run that got you a bunch of fire resist gear, you might go into the Firelands because you have like good fire resist. And then that gets you like better gear overall. Blame the friction. No, it's been a choice there. Throw foot on the fly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's not a bad way. No, it's not a bad way of looking at it. It allows a lot more flexibility and a lot more like moment to moment. Cause like, you know, you get a really good run of fire resist gear, and you know that there's a fire boss in that biome. You can go for it early on. Or if you just want to challenge the boss because you think you can do it without having to worry about, you know, without worrying about the fire resist gear. You could take it on if you're skillful enough, because combat's going to be slow enough that, you know, my initial idea is to make it so that combat is at a pace where, well, the hard part is timing this correctly, but my desire would be that I could, with a decent run, do like pretty well not getting hit. You know what I'm saying? Like the player should be able to take a fair amount of hits, but I want it to be that you're allowed to kind of like go in butt naked and still be able to succeed. But so I don't want the game spamming you with shit. So it like attacks are going to be slower from mobs. Because if I spam you, you can't go in and just like outskill it. Mistville eyes went up to 0.9. Oh damn. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep selling Mistville, so that's fine by me. Skill cap thing? Yeah. Like I want it to be so that, you know, you're not hella dependent on your gear being like the perfect gear. However I end up doing it. Because to me it's just never gonna feel like super good to be like hella dependent on gear in that way. But I want, you know, gear to do something. I mean, maybe in that case, maybe in that case the roguelike idea is better, because then gear could be like things like wall ricochet and stuff like that. Like gear becomes not like about resistances, but about like interesting ways to change up your playstyle for the day. Or like that day and night cycle. So like maybe the Firelands are, you know, things in the Firelands explode if they're explodable. And if you get an explodey weapon, you could do a Firelands run and then do something with that instead. I don't know. I'll have to figure that part out when I get there. It's like if you get like throwable bombs, normally they have like a trigger rate of like 3 seconds. But if you go in the Firelands with them, they'll explode on impact. It's like incentivizing the player to use different weapons in different areas and not like lock themselves into a playstyle. Like ice weapons would be super effective. Yeah. That is more so Breath of the Wild in that regard. Like giving you a reason to do different things. Bomb arrows are hard now. Yeah. Because that would make good use of like different zones and different environments and this, like having the storms and maybe, you know, if you put a corruption beacon down, then you know that corrupts all gear to do psychic damage, and you can do psychic stuff in that area or whatever. So maybe that would be more so what the gear would be, is just like different ways to take on the content rather than just worrying about your defenses. Maybe defenses are just kind of like a thing. Yeah. A lot of games do elements of it. Sometimes it just feels not as cohesive. I don't know. This is just me free thinking. An odd idea I had 2 weeks ago when we started talking about making an action RPG that's just the minimap. But it doesn't have to be an action RPG. Not at all. It can be whatever it has to be. I just know I want the... The big thing for me is I want a good reason, good fun reason to like pay attention and look around the minimap. Like, I want, you know, the feeling of having, you know, walking around like this and seeing something cool pop up there being important, right? Like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but we'll figure it out. Trust first person shooter? Fuck yeah. Because the reality is like, in these types of games, you really aren't looking at what's on your screen in the way that, like, yeah, sure, visually this matters in terms of like explosions and dopamine and loot going everywhere, but you're not really that much paying attention to like the, you know, the exploration side of things, and that's kind of something I really want to explore. Like just going around the world and wondering what's around the next minimap reveal corner. I struggle with that. Yeah. I think most of the action RPGs really do struggle with it. You just get into a point where it's like you're just walking around exploding things. As well, it's yeah, I guess it comes down to like there's not really anything to find in the maps. Yeah, no, that's good, yeah. It is a good point on that. Like if I think back to, you know, long ago when I played through Wind Waker, yeah, like when you were sailing on the seas and you didn't have the map explored yet, and you were just making your way through, like it was exciting to see what was coming on the horizon, like what was the next thing about to pop up. Was it an island? Was it a fishing spot? Was it a treasure chest? Like it was just fun to pull octopus balls. Yeah, exactly. It's like that sort of thing is sort of missing, especially from like combat-based games nowadays. Oh, Mike Voltage. Like there are games that are like exploration-based games that do that, but very few games have like that feeling when it comes to just the walking around and having combat encounters and wondering what's around the next corner. And the ones that do are usually then, you know, like Core Keeper, where there it's like, okay, well, you don't know what's next around the corner, but you're like mining, you're looking for ore, you're looking for things like that. They're like, they become like more survival games in terms of the other elements that you're looking for, rather than attempting to like upgrade yourself and get deeper and more focused on the combat. Escape Wilds. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, this place is slightly difficult and I have to farm treasure here. And then, like, the big thing about those is, like, there's never a point to go back as well. Like, very few times do they ever put something back in that spot you've already been to one time. It's just like, okay, cool, you farmed this thing. You're done with this spot now. Go find other spots. Like, I feel like that's something that I think games just do too little of. Like, I don't know, there's something really cool about going back to, like, where you've been once and it's being changed. Or it grew, it evolved, it got stronger, or, like, whatever happened to it. You're like, oh, I remember this spot from, like, hour 0 of playing the game, and now it's, like, a fucking level 50 boss. And you're, like, fighting in that, like, section of the game you've been into before. Cattle's... I mean, yeah, honestly, like, kind of that idea. It's, like, the entire identity of that was, hey, how about you go back to doing the things? Yeah, roguelites do definitely do that. Right, yeah. Normally there'd be no reason to. I don't know. Hopefully I can scrap together some kind of trial idea of this. And see what I can scrounge together. Just because I'm curious to see how it would pan out. Just because I'm curious. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been slight attempts at it. To, like, make you, you know, care about doing the same thing. Part of the problem with, did you add an ARG? What? Part of the problem with, like, Poe in that department is definitely the fact that the power scaling in Poe makes it so you not even eventually, just stop caring about the beginning so quickly. That's like, yeah, you're repeating the same section again, but you know, if you're strong enough, it's just the thing that's in the way. You're like, oh, I gotta do floor 1 27,000 times to get to floor 4. It's like, it doesn't feel as good. But that's also kind of just like a reality of those types of games. Once again, there's not much you can do about it. And you added an ARG, huh? Everyone needs an ARG. You get an ARG. You get an ARG. You get an ARG. But Ma, we have ARGs at home. No, we need more. Where's the P? Gone. I took off the P. You should totally add them. Auto click loot with a chance to die. Really? Huh. Weird. I guess I'll look into it. It's probably in my dashboard or something. Vibe scepter can't survive a fight, find loot. What the hell? Okay. Weird. Alright. Yeah, I can look into it. See what see what the hell they're cooking up now. I'll see. Seafood? Hope you've been well. Can I... Nah, I'm gonna wait for my other candle. I was gonna say, can I go do... Yeah, Realm Walker, but no, I'll just wait for my other candle. Then I'll go do it. Well, I've made pretty good money today then. If I made 150 FE for pedigree and 130 for the candle, and I'm about to make the other candle. Not bad then. That's not bad at all. Sell the scraps. They needed the sauce. Who doesn't need the sauce? Okay, so skill area is a brick. Movement speed proxy. Aura. wilt's okay for me. I don't do a whole lot of wilt, but well, oh wait, no, I don't actually do any wilts because my skill is currently linked to the thing that says cannot do wilt. So that's, yeah, wilt's fine. So I can't actually just grab something that gives me wilt. Random curse. Won't? No. Wilt. Yeah, if I somehow end up with wilt, it would be bad. This is true, comrade. This is true. There's not a whole lot of candles beyond that, so... Okay. I mean, I'm kind of stuck waiting. And link to the opposite of wilt? Yeah. I cannot do wilt, and then that only has a negative, this candle here, if I do wilt. So that's why I was saying wilt negative is not bad for me, for I do not wilt. Equals won't. Wilt, won't. Will not, won't not. Yes. Correct. Then I'm gonna have to start figuring out what my next upgrades are. Can I? Let's see. What am I looking for? Other. Weapon. Wand. Memories for level 2. Yeah. I know this is a thing. None. Uh-huh. So that's where some Max Terra comes from. Okay. So that's not happening anytime soon. Go to 600, yeah. So there, you have base stacks on some of these. Holy shit, those are gonna be expensive as fuck this league. Okay. And then you can sweet dream another one on there. Okay. Ultimate. So it's probably between intelligence and just damage. Probably just int, realistically. Problem is rolling them. Unless I have to do something stupid where I have to go block again like I did on the last one. Because of the defensive side requirement for doing stuff. That was something that ended up being somewhat necessary. I don't know. Damage is damage. Yes. Damage is damage. At this point, damage is probably more important. Yeah, I mean, true. So if I get the other candle, that gets me my tarot charge candles out of the way for now. Which is probably my best bet for the time being. I then have to do either the rest of my slates or memories. I guess I got the candle and then figure it out. I don't know what the rest of my slates would look like. I mean, one of each of the focuses. Or blessings, I mean. At least. And then whatever else. 500 movement speed. And just going. Yeah, so I'm going to need one of each blessing on my slates, at least. I have one of them. I just need the other two. And then probably levels the skills and whatever else. I have to figure out what I do with that. He's been slapped back by himself. The full deadage. Gods of War Divinity. Trauma Reaping Duration Attack Speed. Every time I hear this song, I think it's Numi singing. I don't know why. Just sounds like her. Yumi? I don't think that's what it said, no. Absolute banger. Yeah, I wonder how difficult it's gonna be to get my slates. Wonder how difficult it's going to be to get the rest of my slates. I don't even know how to search for what I want on my slates. Problem is, a lot of them are gonna be pretty expensive because they're gonna share the same erosion shit as the mind control folks. They've got a charge on them. Those are still erosion damage. Yeah. Let me look at those. Just so I have an idea what I'm looking to spend. Not like I can't spend anything very quickly anyway right now. Um... So yeah, these are on pretty much everything. And the one I just got was... I I got an agility blessing on mine. Okay.
買うそれとも売るリストはここどうぞ
So these are gonna be like all over the place. Okay. And most of them are gonna be either fallens or corners. A lot of fucking pedigrees, but they're all kind of crap. Hmm. So there are actually a couple things with twos. It's definitely not what I'm buying, but there are twos available. I mean, these are just gonna be almost impossible to buy then. Hmm. It'll be like random rolls then, basically. Like a focus in something. Whether that just be damage or... Hmm. Erosion. I guess erosion damage, cast speed, crit damage. Hmm. There's deterioration damage. Interesting. Is there more of those? She do be stepping on those Legos. She's having a good time. There a couple exist. Oh, that was like the only one. Damn. For 500. Huh, okay. Okay, so these are all ones that at least have one modifier on them. Okay. So can I get like 2 modifiers? Wow. Let's see. Can I get 2 modifiers? Yes. The 2 that exist. Oh my god. Okay. Let's try the other one. Let's try Corner of Divinity. Oh my god, this is all that exists. Okay. I see. So corners can be gotten for 500. Okay. Well, unless the 5 mass for each span if you want them. Sure. If it speeds me up, I'll take them. Man, okay. That is... What's the maps? What? No, don't update. Glacier, Demi Village, Lava Chapel. Okay. So those are the spam whenever you have maps. Then bounce so you get more. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Hmm. This is not looking very doable for cheap. Okay, crit damage. Crit. That one is actually okay for me. Too bad it sucks. That's not very useful. Okay. Let's try 2 of these. Okay, so there's like literally one that is a... Okay, 180 for that one. If it still exists, that's being bought. I need to get 180 very quickly. Which I don't know if I will. I need 100 more. No. That's not happening before someone else picks it up. At least I don't think it will. What do you sell for right now? 0.2. Fuck. You know what? Yeah, I'll sell you. What is my keyboard doing? Saying prices matchless 0.3s. Oh really? And they're selling? $100 for the smaller stacks. Okay. Rush go less. I mean, true, yeah. 0.25. And 2 Ember Pets. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Works pretty well for that, no doubt. I can see why it's a good strat. Just sell it all. If it's sellable, get it out the fucking door. That's essentially gone to no value. Okay. Okay, so that's everything there. Okay. Alright. Good. Do all that. Need 100 FE, huh? Okay. Kinda hard to come up with that real quickly, but maybe. Are you guys like done yet? Watchers. Hmm. Okay, cool. That one finally. Oh. It just proc as in the instant deploy? It did. That's funny. And it procced as the double up. Alright. Double proc. Well, handy. Slight problem. I don't have enough to top out the second shipment, so I'm not gonna send half a shipment right now. Oh, this one can be leveled up now. Does the start of this track remind you of another song at all? Does the start of this track remind me of another song? I will tell you in a second. Lonely Island Yellow. What? I can't say it reminds me of anything, no. At least, not that I can think of. Yeah, no. Nothing really comes to mind. You reminded of this track? Confession Chapel. So this is the good one here? I mean, yeah, these don't... To me, they don't sound anything similar. Like, at all. I will do that, though. That's guaranteed. Snow paper. Additional snow paper. Good card. Red or yellow. Kind of the... Kind of. Just the bell. Yeah. What does it sound like again? I mean, isn't... Wait. Where is, Isn't that just a faster version of Canon in D? That's closer to it for me. That's kind of the same vibe. Yes. Hell yeah. The original Canon Rock. 19 million views, 19 years ago. Fucking OG. Holy oldage. You know it. Song frets so much. Hell yeah. Never got better. That was a fucking classic back in the day. Absolute banger of a classic. I need to probably run my bosses, yeah. Probably need to run my bosses. I'll do that once I level. Do that once I get the level up. I might be able to kill the realm now. I wanted my other candle before I did it, but there's no other candle to buy, so not really something I can do at the moment. Only 4 FA. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad then. Yeah, I'll level up and then knock out the rest of my bosses and then do realm as well. Absolute goat. Get the level, do the bosses, see if I can get some currency from that. Try to beat the main boss. Yeah, I got pretty close. I tried it off stream before I had the candle and the pedigree. I got it to 5%. I just ran out of portals. Off stream. Yep. I was just chilling. I wanted to see how close I was. It wasn't fast, but I got down to 5 portals, so, or got down to 5%, so I can do it. I just need a little bit less fuck ups. But yeah, the intro of that song reminded me of that way more. The beginning of it just sounded like the beginning of Canon and D. Good old Canon and D. The real shit. Back in my day. Back of your dick. Well, probably want to go get that checked out. I don't know if that should be backing up. It's a beep like a dump truck. Beep, beep. Mind me. You made it weirder. This is surprising, who? No one? There we go. Yeah, there's 94. I'm still me. I'm doing what the people expect. Anyone new? I mean, true. Someone new might be like, what the fuck is this guy on about? But you know what? At least now you know. At least now you know. And you can't be like, wow, I didn't know. Knowing is half the bottle. I mean, battle. Yes. Yeah. Anything sell? Something sold. 1, 2, 2, 10, 3, 22, 7. Okay. Something sold. That puts me at 137. Okay. We are... Oh. That puts me at 169. Alright, that puts me pretty close. Base resonances. That's actually pretty good. I am currently in which version of my... Oh, I've been in single target the whole time. Oh, okay. That's fine. Level 94. Oh, I should probably do these 7-2. Are these 7-1s right? 7-0s right now? Yeah, I should probably put them 7-2. Long tier. Get your groove on. Okay, this Tiesto is not doing it. Let's do some synthwave. That's too funky. Need some grinding music. That's way better. There we go. That's 7-2 stuff. One FA prize. Yeah, that can happen. It can happen. Okay, I need to control my clicking so I don't click too fast, as that is a DPS downgrade. Okay, killed all those. a little bit earlier. Okay. I had 42 of these. Damn. Okay. More TAs to sell. Go, 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 go. I guess these guys have a chance to drop something else that's like valuable nowadays. And didn't they say that they were like moving stuff around, so even 7.2s are kind of supposedly worth farming? Or was it the other way? Were these made worse to farm? I don't remember. Good stuff still locked behind TA Profound? Okay. Okay, maps of traveling? Right. That makes sense. I mean, doing damage on this guy is definitely easy. Literally just click and walk around. Precise flame imbue. Yeah. That's worth nothing. Some are big money. Okay. So theoretically, I could get something that's worth something. Of course, the one I wanted to buy is gone. Didn't have time to get to it. Of course. And now that's the best one. Oh, I tried. I guess I'll save some of that money in case I run into another situation like that. Ow! Whoops. No hit the first, like, all of these. And this one's like, nah. Okay, well, so much for trying to chase down that expensive thing, so I guess I can look at, well, I mean, I can look at candles again. Seeing as I am not going to be able to open anything fancier than that. I guess a lot of this stuff I just need to wait because I don't have enough resources at all to send to them to like apply for that. Right now it's kind of a waste of money. Let's see, candles.
それとも売るリストはここどうぞ
Don't have to save it anymore.
それとも
Of course.
リストはここどうぞ
$250 for that. Crowd control, movement proximity stuff. Random curses. Nope. Wow, yeah, there is actually just not a candle. That almost works. 60 damage for triggered skills doesn't do shit for me, but I can remove wilt. That doesn't hurt me in any way. Like, it's not good for me, it's just a one line, but yeah. But I mean, it's 30 additional damage, so it is what it is, right? 188. And there, I mean, my selection is few and far between, so for now I think I have to grab it. So all right. And then we need to buy paper. No, nothing else had an upside. That's the crazy part. Like all of them are just the tarot charge just isn't something that people do, I think. Which one is it under? Where the fuck is paper? Where is it? Hmm? What is it called? Page? Pages of Eternia? I mean, I just need 10, right? Well, wait, can I can't, I don't even know if I can do the quest. Whatever, here we go, 4. 4 over 20. Good enough. Solves both my issues real quick. There we go. Okay. So, let's see. I'm currently in this spec. Host Traveler. Oh, okay. can get my damage up to. I probably need to buy a better prep because my curse is not always active and that's hurting my DPS quite heavily when it's dropping off. It doesn't need to be like super fast, but like a 6-second prep versus an 8 would be huge. Because you can see my curse drop off and my damage drops off as a result of it pretty heavily. Like 124, 160, 156. Let's see what a better perf cost. Even this is like I want fucking synthwave that wasn't supposed to be like super sleepy, but never mind. Find another one. This is gonna be too hard. Let's see. It can be sometimes. Like I don't know. So there are like versions of synthwave which are chill, like not so sleepy. Okay, so about 50 FA would buy me a better prep. Okay. Either way. So now we have 7 terror charges. Yep, that's another 25 mil on top. Okay. I'm doing it a little early. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Once I get my curse to be permanent and it doesn't drop off, I'll be at 173-ish for the most part, all the time. Okay. That's pretty good. So let me get my curse to be permanent, and that'll be a pretty sizable jump. That'll be a pretty good jump then. Do I do... Oh wow, these T8s are fucking 2.5 per? Well fuck, okay. Alright, fuck it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that raid, fuck. I'll easily farm 7s and sell this stuff, because I could make way more upgrades doing this. I mean, these are 4. Fuck me, okay. There we go. I'll take it. Sell that stuff, I can easily get myself my curse. Alright. Go back down to T0 for a sec. Yeah, sure, we'll do it here. Was it Cloud Wall? This thing? Yeah, so prep the curse and then that'll essentially. Solve that for me. I need to see... I guess I need to see what time I need on the prep. Does a 7 work? Don't know. I don't know if it's a 7 or an 8 right now. I know the base cooldown goes to 8, but I don't know if it's have cooldown on it. Probably want a 6 to make sure it has uptime. Yeah, well, it's dropping. That's all I can see is I can see that it keeps dropping it off, so it's not firing off fast enough. Let me go look. So yeah, see there's about a 1 second gap where it's not up. I mean, maybe if I drop duration in price of cooldown? Or drop area, I don't know. No, the prep's just not long fast enough, that's what it is. Yeah, it's just not up all the time. You don't need skill duration? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, duration doesn't even do anything for it, I guess. It just doesn't work on it. Because it's still the same gap that exists there. I don't know. For some reason there was a gap there. There is a gap there for whatever reason. And I need to get rid of that gap, so. I'll, work on that next, I guess. So yeah, right now that's actually making me drop a lot of damage, not having that curse up all the time. Just get myself a better prep. Though I do think I probably need a 6-second prep then. 7 might be like too close. Oh, you do? Okay. Yeah, I can notice it with the way that my skill usage, like the up and down nature of it, I can see where I sometimes spike way too hard, and that means like it's dropping at a really bad time. I just want to get rid of that spike. So getting a 6-second prep will make it so I don't have to worry about the spike anymore. Which should make my DPS consistency go up. So I should get up to like 150 mil then. Which will be pretty good. I mean I 3x'd my DPS today. Probably not, but I'll get it, just so I don't have to think about it anymore. It takes it out of the equation. And straightforward enough to pick up right now. Yep. Eventually I'd have to get it anyway, so. Like, I'll probably get it for cheaper if I waited a little bit longer, but whatever. Not the end of the world. Whatever makes DPS number go up. Whatever make DPS number go burr. Because that is at the moment exactly what I need. DPS number 2 go burr. Ghost Slaughter goes some gloves. Ah, okay. Specific boss drop, that makes sense. That does make sense, why? Farming up the good one. Dang it. Conversion one. With this, and once I get the curse, I can probably do the boss challenge thing and see if I can get high enough. The next base upgrade. It might be enough. Might not be, but it might be enough. It'll be like pretty on the edge. Since I well, yeah, I went from 45 mil. 45. Oh, I went from 50 mil to 170 mil, so it's not bad, but I don't know if it's enough to get high enough. Let's see. Sucks that I couldn't buy that Fallen Starlight. That would have been very nice for me for 180. But, oh well. Can't get them all. Dang it. There's still more. Like in launch pads. Yeah, I'm just trying to feel pretty good. I'll take it. Hope we can go back up to 7-2s. Soonish. No, I don't know. I don't know. Well, it kind of matters, but not that much. Definitely has its benefits. If I can kill them at the same speed. I wonder if there's anyone else who's been crazy enough to attempt your hit-based haunting. And actually gotten it to go somewhere. As long as it's just not on an A. I mean, that's probably true, yeah. If it's anything like the usual suspects. It's just hard to look for someone who's running a setup like this because of the fact that it's, you know, most of them also have MC. You gotta like take out the MC-ness out of it, which is a bit tricky. Yeah, that's pretty much is just the unique. There isn't really another way to do it. Okay, so 60 or 6-second preps. 88. 70. Okay, so 70 is possible. Or mixture. Mixture. Oh yeah, true. You could try to use the ascendancy node to pull somebody up. That's a good point, yeah. Ours is down right now, right? Yeah. Annoyingly, I have to stream at the exact same time when it's always down. Can't ever fucking look at it. Uh-huh. That's why I gotta fucking log on earlier in the day just to like peek a gander. I haven't really done it with this guy because I haven't really needed to, right? Like what? I haven't really seen a reason to try to reference anybody with what I'm doing right now, but I don't know. Yeah, it does come up like a little bit afterwards. Yeah, so far I haven't been able to peek anyone. Well, the problem is I haven't actually seen anyone who's like ahead of me. Yeah, exactly, because everyone's taking the MC approach because it's just easier and straightforward and solved. So I'm like the furthest I've seen anyone ahead on like trying to do this. And this, I mean, I saw a couple people doing like the two-hand weapon stuff with the Rain of Arrows thing. And then most of the other ones are MCs. The weird thing about this also though is my sheet DPS doesn't really reflect anything. Like that damage number next to my name or down there has not changed. So like searching for a build with this is really bizarre, I think. Because I don't know if it reflects anything in terms of like terror charges and stuff. Minion world, yeah. Because I don't think terror charges are reflected in that at all. And since like all of my damage is based off of, you know, duration and terror charges, like it ain't gonna showcase anything. Same with +1 blessings. Yeah. Getting a blessing and like reducing the amount so that we have more desecration. It's like, well, that's not really gonna show anywhere. I mean, yeah, exactly. I just have to take it on the idea that, oh yeah, that it must be working better for them because they've invested more into it. Then again, you could, you know, kind of look at what I'm doing right now and be like, ah, yes, he's investing in this. He's got synergies. It must be working. And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm stacking terror charges and I'm doing all this stuff, but like, I wouldn't tell anybody that I'm on the right path to something. It's working. I have 1 billion MC, probably. Probably would. Oh well, it is what it is. We go down this road until this road stops. I mean, nah. I'm still. Well, there's a plethora of different things I can upgrade and change out and improve. So I think we're still okay. The big thing is, depending if I want to try to make like one of those impale chest work. The one that's like true damage if you apply it. Instead of on hit, it's like a tick and stuff. There's a couple things I could maybe change. I mean, really, the big thing would be just to wait for someone who's going hard in Asia to suss out if there was any damage there. Because that's what happened last time with the in-stacking setup for Selene. That's what I was gonna go in the beginning. And then I, like, deviated from it, and then it turns out, oh, that's, like, the best way to go. It was just really hard to get it going early on. So we'll just have to see. There's definitely an argument to be made if I could get like a second Terra skill in here. That might be really good. So that might be something I want to eventually look at. I can't use the same Terra skill, but, you know. There's another one. Shadow Swamp is erosion, but it's dot. Probably some will need to be converted. Huh. Yeah. Shadow Swamp. Spell erosion damage 3 down. Deals 178 persistent erosion damage every 2 seconds. Skills can only generate 1 Terra. This skill can only generate 1 Terra. Enemies on swamp are weakened. Music existing. Oh, okay. I wonder what the let's look. What are the
それとも売るリストはここどうぞ
3 short. Of course I am. Swamp. Additional damage. This effect stacks with base movement bonus. Movement interval for the swamp generated. Okay. Every 0.2 seconds, the swamp generated by the support skill fires a massive amount of shadow sauce at 3 nearest targets. Shadow sauce generated by this effect additionally deal minus 90 damage and ailment damage. Okay. For every time the enemy has been hit by Shadow Shot recently, a support skill deals additional damage, stacking up to 66 times. Follows the characters and is unable to move. When casting support skill, instantly increases Tom Storm movement. Does not apply to the duration during the damage over time done. Additional skill area. Oh, okay. So nothing like radical there that makes it just, yeah, it is just the damage over time, which doesn't really correspond well with what I'm doing. Maybe some gains, but probably not that much. Those drinks? Okay. Yeah. Maybe this is just what we have to work with then. So. Let's see. What's this thing? I mean, the build is so far moving correctly. Yeah, it's the trope drop, but it also has the, I was looking at the energy, and then for some reason star for every layer plus and gain additional -2. Yeah, it's going. +1 imbue skill level. It's working as a build. I just don't know if it's, you know, permanently gonna keep going, but for what it is at the moment. We're in the right ballpark. Right ballpark at the moment. Big thing is just slowly having to get these upgrades, you know? Trying to figure out what I can afford, what's the next best step in affording it, what's available, because it's very limited what I have available to purchase and all that. So having to work around limited items is kind of tricky, but... I wonder if I have anything that's like... gonna be the giga item I have to buy for this setup.
リストはここ。どうぞ。
73 for a 14. I think that's fine. Yeah, the blessing items are definitely gonna stack up the currency amount quite quickly. Agreed. Like stuff like this are big, but also hard to find. Okay, let's do... Can you not support corruption with that? No, you have to support it with the other one, don't you? Fuck. 'It's the other one that can support corruption, not this one.
リストはここ。どうぞ。
Damn it. Okay, well, sell this back for 78. Wait, no, it should be able to. I'm confused. Ah, right. First slot only. It's that weird thing. Okay. I was like, well, this doesn't make sense. I was like, I keep forgetting that that slot requirement. All sorts of weird things. Okay, let's see how this feels now. I should rock pretty close to 150 across the board then all the time. Oh, actually no, I rock way higher than that now. So that's how much I was actually missing from the curse, damn. So not having the curse like perma-active was, yeah. So my timings are off, but yeah, I'm actually like straight up going to 190 now. And burst. Okay. Well, that was worth it then. For the for the money there, that was 100% worth picking that up. Okay. So I now have 4 or 5 times the damage I had when I first tried this, so wait. I am in single target spec, right? Yeah, okay. It should be well doable now. That stupid culling strike at the beginning. I'm like, damn, I did a lot of damage. Oh, wait, never mind. Nope, stop clicking so fast. Slow down. Oops. Yeah, getting that click timing correct is gonna be massive. Ah! I'm so dead. I went messy. Messy, messy, messy. Okay, cool. So that is now doable. Not bad. Traveler down. Didn't even die. Just straight up was able to do it. Alright, cool. I'll take it. I will take it. He dropped absolutely fucking nothing. But I did do it. And that is what matters. Guess I'll do it again. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got a pedigree for this, don't you? What do we get? Command crit regen impending. Every 2 points an enemy within 10 you take 6 damage from me, this affects it. I mean, I have no idea. 13. Magi? Not much to it. I mean, I don't know. 20. There's a 1 up for 80. Packed allocation point. Oh, right, these things. Oh, right, I forgot all about those. Those exist now. 1238. I'm close. You can dupe the div cards. Huh. With div facts? Huh. I see. What do these do? -5 attempts. Each of the pedigree div cards less than 7. Oh damn, okay. Activating of this node costs 25 additional star talents. Okay. All sorts of stuff there. That does stuff, I think. Yeah, I think I still die a little bit too much right now for that. They're saying do I have any of those? Drop down to flower. Flower? What? Drop down? Oh. Okay, so these two. But yeah, I don't have... Okay. Need more levels. Yeah, okay. As is everything. Don't have enough pay to win goodness. Alright, so we can do 8s, but we're not gonna do 8s. Still 7 passports. 1 for mapping. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. Trade on additional rewards when completing a raider trade, selling and trading. I guess, yeah, I guess it just doesn't do anything for if you're not in there, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Go here and then do league. And then Flame and Ember. Yeah. Flame. Yeah, it's kind of a weird system. Kind of a weird system. Flame fuel. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Just Netherrealm stage, right? Flame fuel. What? Damn it. Flame fuel. Okay. I don't think I have another Mistville one, do I? I don't think I have anything that works in Mistville. Oh, fucking hell. Out from 2020? The Mistville one? Yeah. That's why I did it. And that's why I want to do it again. I didn't get it last league, but I should have. I wanna boost up the Mistville one to 6 out of 6. But I didn't do it last league. Though I should have. Missed. Okay. There we go. League fuel. Okay, we're good. Oh. Wait. Well. Here. Oh, did it? Oh, damn. What does it put me on in here? Okay, I mean, I guess, does it really matter in here? Not really, right? Because I don't have the one you're talking about. Yeah, search fuel. I guess, yeah, if he drops fuel, it might, you know, give me a little bit extra. This game uses Unity. Sometimes it just works. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's one thing that shows it. It does have that UI element that is very reminiscent of something made in Unity. But it's also to do mostly because it has to have the mobile UI, so a lot of those become big button UIs that look about the same, and a lot of those games are made in Unity, so. Calculator UI. Fuck yeah. Do, 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 do. Can I get lucky? And have him actually drop me something that's money. And then what the fuck do I buy with it? Well, one of my corners of a divinity, that's 500. And then I gotta start worrying about memories and... What's a good boss fighter? Mechanics? I mean, the two from Poe for me that I think are standout are all the Crystal King, of course. I've got a hard on for him because I think it's just a very clean mechanics of him are very, very like interestingly done. Like if you stay next to him, you know how his slashes are avoided. You stand behind him, you know about the crystal shards that he sends out. The little mechanic where you have to send the beams around the thing, avoiding the cocoons. Like all that stuff is like really, really interesting. I think another fight got 90 ins here. Yes. Oh right, Roger. Yeah. No, I probably do need to do memories. I think another fight that's not as much talked about. I mean, probably no one ever talks about it, but I think in the campaign for Poe 1, I think Innocence is a really good fight. Like the first time you fight Innocence, the statue mechanics, the beam mechanics, the way it goes into the mob phase, the projectile thing with how you can stop like those with the statues that have stopped in earlier in the phase, how that all like works together, in the depths of the balls. I think Innocence is a really well done fight. Like it's paced correctly. It's something you can like fight around, do a bunch of stuff with, and like I think it's just a really well organized, and it looks good. It's clean, right? There's not a bunch of screen fucking mess going on and stuff like that. The first time you do the ball phase, yeah, you panic and stuff like that, but once you figure out you can run away from it and dodge it that way, or you can dodge it by, you know, using the pillars or what have you, it's like... And the above floor. It is, yeah, like, angling wise, it can be a little bit weird because of the perspective of Poe, but to me, I think Innocence is probably one of the, like, the cleanest fights that has all sorts of different mechanics in it, from beams and slashes and balls and phasing, and I think the ad phase in Innocence is handled really well as well in terms of what it is. I think it's I think honestly in Poe 1 terms, in terms of the best boss fight, in terms of just purely from a mechanical aspect, I think Innocence is one of the highest that exist in the game. Yeah, it has a really good flow to it. Yeah, a nice rhythm to it. But yeah, I could get the heights being annoying. It's one of the reasons I always run down when it goes into the ball phase, because you don't have to worry about the heights if you're running down this way. But if you run to the sides, you can get clipped by the height of the balls. But yeah, I think in terms of a vastly different skill set being tested, and the player is able to actually like play around and execute around rather than just gear check it, I think Innocence is really well done for its pacing and timings. And sort of clear face. Yeah, it kind of checks every element of a build. To a degree. Nothing like a hard check. You can, you know, always attrition the fight down if you want to. And in some ways, you know, the ad phase gives you the ability to get flashback and stuff like that to even attrition it, like actual attrition it. But yeah, I think Innocence is by far one of the best boss fights that encompasses all of the skills that you need in a Path of Exile boss. Or in general, just, you know, you've got bullet hell, you've got swords, you've got beams, you've got auto attacks, you've got, you know, being surrounded and mobbed and zerged, and yeah, it just kind of does everything. All without ever really overwhelming the player. It's not like Katarina and a T-17 where all of a sudden, you know, there's beams, lasers, and balls, but they come way too quickly from different angles, and the player can't really react to them in any kind of way. You just, they are there, and you're gonna get, you know, fucked sideways by them, so. I mean, yeah, true. I don't know if the zone was purposely designed that way, but it is a good zone to, like, have some mob density and allow the player to level up once or twice if you want to. I mean, hell, I use it sometimes to level up once or twice because it's got that blue pack right at the end. The massive room of blue packs, so. Oops. Verified is lost at that point. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's kind of like what we were seeing, if you saw the Uber fight in Epoch that everyone was trying to get down for the race, the $5,000 race. I mean, that fight's literally just a fucking shit show. You have to build phase tank and sit there and fucking eat it and hope that, you know, you don't eat the too many things at the wrong way, because there is no playing around it. There's no, you know, there's no actual, like, player. There's some player skill involved, right? Like, you know, someone doing it. But, like, when your screen is full of shit and you're gonna get hit anyway, you take out the actual playability of the thing. You make it so that people have to play and build in a way that doesn't feel good. Excessive blow, which you provided. Yeah, it is. And it's like, that was, you know, kind of going back to the thing I was talking about with, like, even my side project game. It's like, maybe the call is to give less player itemization because it can make for more engaging content. But then, yeah, then it stops being an action RPG where there's looting and grinding and all that stuff, and it's like, well, can you have both? I don't know. We have yet to really see someone pull off the both. Maybe someday we will, but. I mean, I will say this, is like, as much as a gimmicky game as Torchlight is supposed to be for dopamine and stuff like that, I think this fight that I'm doing right now, technically speaking, is in a pretty good spot for what I'm doing. Because they use heavy gating. You know, you do this level of content, and then to get to the next level of content, you have to kill this thing that's been made harder than it needs to be, but you then gear yourself up to that point because that's the gear you can access in that content, and they kind of know the level of damage and difficulty and amount of life and things you have at this level, so they can make the fight kind of fair around that thing, and then eventually you'll overscale it and all that stuff and it becomes a joke. But I think to make, like, engaging combat, yeah, I'm talking while I'm doing it, so it's not super hyper engaging, but I'm also pretty confident in what I'm doing. It's like, you can make it happen, but I think you really do need to use gates. You need to make it so that the player is at a certain level of power, and that's for some players just gonna feel like shit. Like, they don't want to be told, like, hey, get to this amount before you do this content. But I do think that is a way that in an action RPG you can make better content, like better actual challenges, if you gate the amount of damage and life and things that the player is going to have, because the player will have to, you know, actually play around the mechanics. But it does, once again, go against kind of the thinking of action RPGs as what they are. Right, exactly. There 100% there would be, yeah. You'd get to that point and just be like, holy shit, I'm never going to be able to clear this. I don't want to go grind for another 8 hours to get the gear for this, so I'm just going to quit. And it's like, That's also not a good thing because it's, you know, well, it depends. It depends on what the goal of the game is. But if you're looking to, you know, generate fair fights, then that gap has to be shorter or longer or not there. It's an extremely hard balance to figure out. How do you get him to gear up? Yeah, I mean, it comes down to desire to beat it, or you're just having so much fun blasting and gearing to keep gearing, even though the thing ahead of you is very, you know, 8 hours away from you being beat it and getting it to the next tier. So, are either of those really a good solution? They're a good solution, but I don't know if they belong in a game that also then tries to encourage you to boss. But maybe you can have both, I don't know. How much more? Need 100% tone. Alright, let's abuse it. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point, Kaiser. Yeah, it's like maybe the play in an action RPG is to make the content for like the 70% of the build power, and then that, you know, if someone wants to grind up, they can to go over it. If someone wants to make the content easier that way, or, you know, if I mean, I guess a great example of that is me walking into that bar. A great example of that is Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring is, like, if you listen to the people talking about Elden Ring as being a hard game, it's a hard game if you walk in with your bare fist and beat the shit out of somebody at level 1. That's a fucking hard game. But then if you say, oh, I use summons and I grinded out levels and I was level 250 before I fought this boss, people go, oh, well, yeah, but it's not hard because you did those things. So it's like, well, yeah, but the game let me do that, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like the game itself is not setting the difficulty. The game is saying, hey, we have summons, we have levels, you could go grind out things, you can justifying cheese. Yeah, well, no, it's like, here's the thing, like, if the game is giving you the ability to summon creatures, if the game is giving you the ability to level up, if the game is giving you the ability to scale your weapons, your armor, find new buffs and incantations, find potions, find whatever, if you're able to do that, then the only thing that's actually increasing the difficulty is the player putting limitations on the game themselves. The game is designed with all of those elements in mind and balanced around those elements. If you say, I'm not going to use summons, you're not making the game any harder, you're putting a challenge on yourself. You're the one saying, I want the game to be harder in this way. But the game's still at its basic level. The game doesn't change. It's the player that's changing the elements of it. So when people say Elden Ring is a hard game if I go in and naked fist the bosses, yes. But if you just say Elden Ring is a hard game, not really, because you can go sword board shield and just shield through the entire fucking game by getting over leveled and boosting your gear up to nothing. You can make Elden Ring extremely turtle friendly. And it makes it easy. You can turtle tank millennia. So it's like, it entirely depends on, you know, what a game can only be hard if a game, in my opinion, can only be hard for everyone if the game has such a limited pool of things that the player is able to do that everyone's experience is going to be the same. Then you can say the game itself is hard and everyone has to experience it the same way. Otherwise, you have to say that I challenged myself to beat the game this way to make it harder. Realistically, to me. Right, exactly, Kaiser, yeah. Some people are just gonna be like, I found the boss, I'm gonna kill it now. And a lot of people had a lot of trouble with the first boss in Elden Ring because a result of that. Because the reality was, it was kind of designed to have you turn the fuck around and be like, hey, this thing's brutal. What's up, hunts? It's going alright. Just killing some bosses, doing some farming, getting some loot. All the bosses being made specifically to spite heavy weapon jump one tricks. Hell yeah. Alright, I respect them. Well, yeah, no, and well, it's the same thing. Like for like Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Like, if you build a character like, you know, my Shockwave Totem from the first league, where, you know, I had 6,000 HP, I regenerated 3,000 a second, and I ran around doing like 500k DPS, the game's no longer hard, right? Like, Poe is one of those things where Poe is hard. Vastly depends. How hard Poe is vastly depends on what you're building, what your knowledge level is, and all that stuff. So it's hard to, like, if you say this boss is hard, you always have to go, okay, what build are you running? What, you know, how are you doing damage? What are your defenses? All of that stuff. Because it's down to what the player is doing that makes it hard. But I would say the Path of Exile as a game is pretty easy in terms of its active combat of what the player is, like, actively doing, especially Path of Exile 2. Because there's not that many things the player can do. You know, there's not that much I'm doing here, and this isn't that much different from what Path of Exile is. Just don't get hit by the things on the screen and click to do some damage. Now, you know, everyone's gonna have a different opinion on how difficult doing something like this is. You know, don't get hit. But, yeah. But, you know, it's... difficulty's very hard to talk about and, you know, peel back the layers of what everyone's ideas and meanings behind what makes things difficult are. That is 100% true. I mean, that sounds about right, Trust. Others simply saying it's tedious. No, that's also true, Kaiser, yes. Like, some people, you know, they would look at, you know, Boshi and be like, this is just, like, a nightmare that's just tedium and not actually difficult, right? Because they don't think that jumping that precisely is difficult. It's just something they don't want to do. I mean, yeah. I was just trying to think of, like, you know, the most asinine. I mean, so you could say Super Meat Boy. I wouldn't say Super Meat Boy is, like, insanely difficult. It's got its moments, and it is challenging. But you could say Super Meat Boy is a pretty good example of, like, a game where it's a jumping puzzle style of difficulty, and for some it's gonna be infuriating because they just don't want to, like, learn that kind of motor muscle memory. Yeah, that was English. But for some, it's gonna be a walk in the park. And like I said, it's all of that stuff is extremely difficult to quantify fully. As to be able to compare them between each other is in a lot of ways nigh impossible. Because everyone's gonna have a different experience. Like, you know, my idea of difficulty is always gonna be very different from somebody else's idea of what it means for a game to be difficult. Like, you know, it also comes down to, in a lot of ways, for a lot of folks, you know, what is the what is kind of the intended interaction time with something, right? Like if you put a boss in front of me and say it will take you 9 hours to beat this boss, this one boss, I'll probably go, okay, cool, that sounds like a really fucking hard boss fight. I'm gonna try to see if I can learn it. But I can also 100% understand someone going, oh hell no, I am not doing a 19-hour boss fight. So it's like, that's also just one of those things where, yeah, it can be quite jarring to try to figure out. Exactly, bro. We're just like, nope. I'm just thinking, a higher level, higher stakes, more challenge. Yeah, I think Poe's method to it of having the first fight and then the scalable fight afterwards is pretty good. I think it just sometimes it just scales too far. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree, Kaiser. Like, I think it's one of the reasons I really like Hollow Knight's Nightmare Grim, because it actually doesn't do that much, right? It's got a spike attack, a whoosh attack, a bat attack, and a spray attack. It's got 4 attacks, essentially. But it's like one of my favorite boss fights ever, because it's like a really simple boss fight. A lot of times, like if we look at the Metrovania game where you played a fox, Nine Souls. The Nine Souls bosses, the later on ones that I didn't like, they had like 19 fucking patterns. And it was like one of these things where like, okay, I got to this pattern, alright, now I gotta learn this pattern. Okay, I got to this pattern, now I gotta learn this pattern. And at some point you're just like, okay, this is too many fucking patterns. This is too many things that the player is being asked to like constantly keep coming up to and learning and then failing at and then going again and again and again. I think you can make a good boss fight by simply just taking a pattern and doing it well and doing it a couple times rather than like railing into it. Metroid Dread has some really good fights. I don't remember much about Dread at all. I remember playing it. I don't remember much about it. I was about to say the same thing. Like, I really should go back and play the Metroid series at some point again. It's been so long since I actually played through them. All games, yeah. Yeah, they're I played a good chunk of them back in the day. But it has been a while since I played them now. I think another game. This just dawned on me, but like we were talking about earlier, like having a game give you benefits for being able to do like a different type of attack or a different type of skill, and knowing that knowledge to do it. The Mega Man series back in the day especially was really good at that, right? Like depending on the order of the bosses you fought, you might have a skill that's really good against the next boss. If you knew it, you may not know that the first time around, but if you play it a second time, you have that like extra knowledge. You're like, oh yeah, if I use, you know, the leaf cutter on this guy, it's gonna be more effective, and I'm gonna do it well. And I think that's another layer of like that can add to making a good boss, is giving the boss kind of a weakness that the player can exploit with knowing something. Because it feels like you get a one-up on the boss, like. Even if you're not that much more powerful, but just getting that like little one up just feels good. So having that like knowledge to utilize it is quite handy. Yeah, even Battle Network used it. Yeah, they've always been pretty good about that. But it just like it dawned on me when when you said Metroid, I started thinking like, wait a second. Mega Man had a similar idea to this concept. Well, the secrets were shared by word of mouth. Yeah. Dude with an arm cannon. I mean, that's probably where my brain went. Yeah, to be honest. I'm not surprised. Sonic got an arm cannon. You wanna try this thing? Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, back then we had, what, the Prime guides, and that's about it. Like, maybe... If you're early days of game FAQs on the net, online, but for the most part, it was like, you know, you told your mates that, like, holy shit, this works on this boss. Yeah, 1 or 2 subs. Yeah. Go strength the truck near the SSN. I mean, yeah, things got around that were definitely weird. I took up the ports. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's like that was kind of where, you know, information existed back then. For better or worse. Right the Mario. Damn. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. If you got some banging ASCII art, when you open up a guide, you're like, alright, I'm in the right place. You fucking do. You knew instantly. It's like, ah, this guy, I don't know what he knows, but he knows something. I'm now going to read. Yeah, there is definitely something to be said about, like, I don't know, it's kind of, well, not hard, but I think for some folks there is something to be said for having too good of an access to information, where, you know, if you're getting stuck on something even a little bit, you just kind of Google it right away. That's not to say it's a bad thing, you know, if people want to do that, but I do feel like there was something to be had for just sitting there head scratching your noggin for 10 to 15 minutes, be like, what exactly should I do here? Yeah, exactly. It's not anyone's, like, necessarily any systems or, you know, the internet's fault or anything like that. It's just like, it's just so easy. If you get stuck and you're just like, I don't want to deal with this right now, let me just jump over this issue real fast. But like, yeah, it's, you know, playing through the original Portal without any, like, fucking clue what the fuck I was doing was just one of those great experiences. You're like, ah, this is a fun thing to do. Also true, Kazu, yeah. When you have, like, branching stories and stuff like that, it's far more likely that you'll want to, like, make the right choice. Oh yeah, yeah. Just finding the little thing. Dude, like, the original time I played through Majora's Mask, I can't remember, like, the playthrough, but I have to assume young me was like, well, this is all sorts of fucked. Just looping days, and I was like, how do I get all these masks? Because, you know, back then, you had to find all the masks to do the final thing, and I was just like, I need to find these masks. I'm like, how the fuck is this done? Oh, Ocarina and well, they both have water temples. But yeah, Majora's just like, I need this mask. Where do I find this mask? Because of the and then just oh, there's no boss game soft locks, and that's the ending. Oh yeah. Yeah, those kind of situations are like the worst back then. Or like anything like that where it's just like, oh yeah, no, this there's something supposed to be here. It's like, is it? Nowadays you can go online and be like, yeah, it's not done yet. It's like, oh, okay. Back then you're just like, wait a second, am I doing something wrong? Yeah, we get, you know, slap a color graded cutscene on the end of it and roll the credits nowadays if it's not done. Oh yeah. Banjo goes with the SK. Dude, I fucking love Banjo. That was such a great fucking series. Absolutely fucking insane. It was just one of those games where you're just like, this is... what am I supposed to be doing here? You're like, you get the idea of it, but it's just such a weird universe. And you're like, this seems odd. And I love it. It all makes sense. It probably does, yeah. Probably fucking does. Yep. Old rare. Censor stuff. I mean, yeah. Who knows? Back then, there was a question of how much there was an emphasis on censoring those kind of things either way. How many people took video games as a serious medium? So things slipped by probably a lot more than they should. It is kind of funny though, like if you think, you know, back in that, like the early era for me, like Conker's Bad Fur Day was like, oh my god, look at this, this is so weird. And then yeah, like South Park the game and stuff. Nowadays you go on Steam and that's like mild as shit. You're like, oh okay. Like, what was back then designed to be like fucking Leisure Suit Larry and stuff like that, we've now evolved into just full-on everything. I mean, they were great games for the era, no doubt. Just in their own right, but definitely funny how much it's changed and evolved since then. No, it's Stalin. Yeah, exactly. Sure, squirrels look fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there was a plethora of parents who were like, oh, this seems fun. Timmy will love this. Timmy was like, oh, baby. Yeah, I'm sure there was, interesting amount of questionable game purchases for children of different ages. Oh yeah, there was a bunch of legal battles. I think fucking wasn't Postal also like always the poster child for look at how fast video games are, look at what they're teaching our children. There was like a lot of that back in the day. I mean, hell, it's still fucking a thing nowadays, realistically. I don't know if it's ever gone fucking away, but... Jumping on Sun Father's next week. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's a lot of that stuff it's never really gone away. It's just it is, I mean, somebody saw easy money. Or tried to see easy money, for better or worse. No, it really doesn't. It's still very much alive and well. Did he get debarred? Good for him. Okay, I do not, I think, have the damage to push this to 600 yet. I can get to like 500, I think, but 600 I think is too far. Drop my defensive stuff. Ow. No, I don't think I could even if I went full offense. Like, I just don't have time. Oh yeah, probably. I mean, usually I don't have a fucking life flask on my bar anyway, but... Ow! But yeah, I don't think I have time to actually get... high enough up. I'd have to jump another 150 rank up, and that seems like... it's just too much. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, with the memories and stuff. So this is the thing. Split shot is what a lot of people are going. They're using Blight, Crit, just a bunch of Fizz gear stuff. There's another with Rain of Arrows. Right, okay. Bunch of channel stack stuff. There's our friend, the mind control. 27 million, 70k survivability. Yeah, it turns out mind control is a little better than what I'm running right now. Everyone is mind control. That's fucking hilarious. Mind control for days. What the fuck? I see. Uh-huh. Why is it in like yeah, that's can I up the quality or is the quality stuck at fucking 180p? I need a count. I mean, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Does he ever show like okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I could theoretically guess what's on those. Huh. It's just all rare equipment besides the boot, which is what's the glove? Full 2 zeros, right? What glove is that? Is that's Lone Walker's, right? I think. And then the glove. Booster loans, yeah, okay. What glove is that? Let's find out. Let's find this man's glove. I mean that, yeah, that looks insane.
買うそれとも売るリストはここどうぞ
I'm assuming it's a no, it's this. Death's Touch. that's that glove. Okay. Crit rating, main hand, crit, additional. Yeah, okay. That explains it. Holy shit, there's actually a lot of pages of this. 10 pages for that price. Yeah, that would be fun to go, except, you know, affording the glove. But I mean, yeah, the rest of his gear actually is just like just rares, which is kind of crazy. I mean, it's T0 rares, but crazy setup. I mean, that's just insane amounts of damage. Was it right about self-casting wrecking? What's the yeah, these guys are still doing. I saw this guy. He's also a split shot. There's that guy. Everyone is fucking MC. Every fucking person, holy fucking shit. I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe it would be better for me to be, yeah. Get hard. Yeah. Um, yeah, maybe it would be better to go something like that. Cause yeah, 4,000 is a fuck ton for the glove, but it's not like the first time I've had to farm up that much to fucking beat 2020, so. If it's one item and everything else is just T0s, I've done that before, and now I know what I'm doing, so. Good morning, Lotta. Maybe better to pull the Band-Aid off early and just fucking try to go for that as a swap. And it's possible that's the right idea. Going against snapshot still works? Ah, okay. It's possible that should be what I do. It makes things easier. Only problem is I can't read that guy's gear, so I don't entirely know what he's going for. I can make a pretty good educated guess is what he's going for, but yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like the game requires you to play a bit on the meta. And while this is interesting, and I do like it, I am fully aware that it may not scale that well all the way through. So just buying a bow and switching over to that kind of setup might be the better option. Or making a bow, I mean. Because it might speed up what I'm doing now. Also, before I'm like too invested in this and I lose a bunch of FE on taxes because I gotta sell back my shit. That will kick in at some point. Recent snapshot. Ah. Ah, okay. Is that this? I don't have a fucking clue what he's actually casting. Because it's in the fucking pixel dimension. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is Roa. That's corruption element. Okay. Okay. He's a bit different.
買うそれとも売る
Let me try. Let me look at this first before we
どうぞ
get to. Okay. Alright, not too bad. Not in the thousands, like some things are. Okay. It needs automation for most players. Okay. No English guide. Well, that part we can work around. Worst case scenario. So it is just a bow.
買うそれとも
Okay.
リストはここどうぞ
Let's see if it's anything. I guess it's nothing special. No, it's just a normal bow. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea how to tell. It's amazing. Yeah. Mm. So that's crit rating. I think. I can't tell what's on there. Fizz, Fun Fizz, Ultimate Fizz? Yeah. I mean, for now, I can just pick up a bow and just make one. If I want to switch over to it. Percent Fizz, maybe. Oh, just maximize the Fizz. Yeah. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah.
やっほー今日は装備を買いに来たのかなそれとも一杯やりに誘ってくれるの
Check
か
with
な
the 95 on a name. This is hard to get to. I need to save him. Projectile damage, fizz, gear fizz, crit, fizz, erosion. Okay. He's like actually uniqued out. He's like doing unique stuff and trying to do it that way rather than just ramming in. Okay. So then he's got, yeah, it's gear fizz here as the ultimate. That is a rare roll. There we go. 2-2 gear fizz. And then fizz and I guess projectile damage is the other thing he's got on there. This thing wants to be made. And then here. Hive mind? That's not a decoy, it's a decoy. Of course. Percent fizz, erosion flat, ultimate fizz. Okay. Percent fizz, erosion flat, ultimate fizz. He's got erosion flat here. Wonder why that is. Because it's a higher roll. 65 to 77. I don't know. Left at scales. You'd think so. Additional projectile damage, crit rating, erosion damage. Okay. So his ultimate is additional projectile damage. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then crit rating makes sense, and then erosion damage. Okay. I may not have enough money to do all this, but we'll see. Okay. It's something. The only problem is... the one thing he doesn't show is his actual tree. I have no idea what he's actually spec'd into. I can copy everything from him, but his tree. Yeah. I mean... To save myself money, I could re-roll real fast. Not like it would take long, but... I do have 92 free respec points left, so it's not that bad. Yeah, he should be pretty close to what I am, but Goddess, Shadow, Warlock. I mean, it's pretty, yeah, okay, so it's... So realistically, it is going to be pretty fucking close to what I'm doing. Already. I mean, yeah, a lot of this looks identical to me. Even the pedigree is usable. Oh, he's just using one of those. Projectile damage and prime. Okay. Okay. Yeah, mine's arrow. Yeah. Okay, let me... Can I... wasn't there a way I could overlay his tree onto mine? How did I do that? Hmm. Okay. And then if I go... No, that's the name. Yeah, fuck. I just have to piece it together from screenshots. Just want to see. I think he's not that far off. I'm just curious to see how far he is. Yeah, so skill area is gone. In place of just damage. He doesn't bother with regen, just goes crit. Deterioration chance, right, I spec out of that because I have it on the rings, and then the bottom roads, okay. That's pretty easy, just get some crit there then. Oh, right, don't have enough points, that's why he's got that. Okay. I'll leave the crit out for now. I'll see what other points he's using. I don't, because he's not gonna be that off of me. These two build pretty similar. I just want to see if there's anything extremely stand out. Alright, it's Dex on everything now, so all my int needs to become Dex. That's fine. Damage, deterioration chance. Right, they don't bother with the plus the skill level. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. That stuff's there. Oh, that's right, you need the conversion. That makes sense. That's fine. Crit stuff from up there. Well, not fully. This stuff I can still, like, I can use this and stuff. I'm not taking my entire build apart. But I'm crit on this guy as well right now, so it's not that wrong. I just know that this is not really worth it. I can kind of flex between these two setups just fine. Doesn't like that, huh? Okay. Did you pull the code? He's got the deets. Same build, different video. Oh, okay. Quick builds. Enter build code. Holy fuck, 217.
Your luck
Sophie,
is over, fool.
Brunch, thank you so much for gifting a sub. 2. Oh, PC food. Holy shit, why was that so difficult to say? Appreciate you destroying a pleb who's helping the cause. Additional erosion damage, cast 1 curse. Okay, I figured that was gonna be what he has, and then he's got activation rhythm. Nova shot. Is that the same supports? Yeah, it is. It was just a different order. No, it was just a different order. He had these two backwards. My brain was like, that didn't look like the color I saw. Got them pack spirits. What a playstyle. I see. Okay, you can change it if you want to. This is... No, this is the right one. That's me. How's it looking? It's the pixel dimension. I don't fucking know. Okay. So he's actually in a lot more unique gear. This guy. Oh, he is using the Blight chest. He's using this combo. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, a bit more budget. Hmm. Budget. Says the 4,000 FE gloves. Ah, no. Oh, interesting. So he's a very different setup. Yeah, he's low life, yes. Okay. Yeah, the guy just went, fuck it, I want damage. I say, okay. Grab the crit there and stuff. Okay. Well, that explains that. He's got a activation there. Okay. I can see why the activation is such an important part of it. Otherwise, yeah, you have to... How much is that activation? Because that's really what's gonna dictate it. Was it kill? Which activation is that? The blue one. Yeah, it's in the code. I was just... Oh, it's rhythm. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'd have to farm up to get rhythm. If I wanted to have it be like, not ass. Yeah, okay. Yeah, rolls are a thing, but mostly I'm just looking at it in the sense of if I wanted to do it. 2K for track. Oh damn. Okay. Well, okay. Mm. Okay. Well, I have a goal. If swapping to that is better. Nuts. Which I'm fairly certain it will be. Which is good. Just gotta get there. Okay. Just gotta get there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's I kind of have to get the activation medium first before I try to switch out to it. He's got a 0.2. One leg's raised. That's just what they do. Dog's having a good poo. I don't know. Dogs are weird. Sometimes you're like, why would you do this? And they just look at you and give you those eyes, and you're like, you know what? Fair enough. I ask no more questions. Compare the track. I love you. Hell yeah. About the same. You want to always log on. That's wide range. Okay. Way better clear. Okay. I see. Always lock on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'd have to get one of those. Alright, that is a lot of farming then. Ahead of me. I'd have to get... Yeah, I'd have to get like 2,000 FA. Just for that. Yeah, I have 2 points to put in. Okay. Hmm. I mean, it's probably going to be the better call in the long run to go for that. I sold everything. Oh, I have 2 points into here, that's why. I'm just gonna put it in random quantity for now. Tuesday, you can afford it? I mean, yeah, with the current speed, I made like, what? 600 or so today. Actually, a little bit more than that. So if I just kept going. And then liquidated some more stuff. What song was? I think I did. Maybe. You know, I'm having fun, yeah. It's what it's good at. Just blast some dudes, run around. And trying to figure out what to do with my next build upgrade. That build is worth going for. It might be worth going for, but I don't know. I don't know. Blasting dudes, left and right and center. Try to make any skill work. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess, I mean, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. Just have to farm basic level stuff really rapidly. Or farm this stuff really quickly and then use it to apply the triggers and essentially get my gear ready to swap over to that. Probably in the beginning my damage will go down slightly, but don't know. Don't know. Teaser. I could, except I might die. But I could try them. Turn is better, because they're bosses. Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe. That way it speeds up how much I'm getting. I could try to see if I can do 8 zeros. And try again. That's all you can do. Get back in there. Give it a bit of farming. Boost it up. Go again. Yeah, I did see them on maps. I have some I can, like, you know, I'll get more, it's fine. Yeah. It might be the better idea, right? To do that. What happened to my damage when I just swapped over to this? My damage actually went down by ever so slightly. Not by much, but a little bit. Quarter 6. Yeah. Problem is I need to get boss 600 done, and I'm like only at 450. That part makes things a bit tricky. I'd have to have some way to... I don't have a lot of these maps. It'd be very hard for me to pull that off right now. Kind of in a stuck state as far as that concerned. There's a phone refund. Yeah. I could buy those next. Yeah. I'll go for memories then next. Oh, Black Sail boss. Yeah. I did that one league a lot. I'm okay with farming like this. I just need to figure out what I'm farming for. Just gotta essentially force the farm to slow down for, well, not slow down, but focus on doing this enough to get the activators and the support gems and all that stuff for the skill combo to then be able to switch to it fully. We'll figure it out. It was always a very real possibility that trying to wing this was gonna end up in a rough spot. Just due to the way that the game has its giga scaling at the end. And just the fast maps, right. Don't worry about cards. Proof of the brave. What? Huh. She got a max focus one of these. Not really much use in it from that, but am I max on focus? No, not yet. 20 FE if I sell it. Wait, is that the one I actually, no, wait, that might be the pedigree I already got, isn't it? No, I got agility on that one. I actually don't have max focus yet on any of these. Yeah, I know. I'm just using normal rings. I'll sell it for now. Well, actually. Oh no, that is with those. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, maybe. Seems like that might work. Seems like that would probably be the path then. Running 6 and 7s. Got a lot of gumball FE. Okay. Yeah. Maybe like cast speed for now. Speed. If I'm trying to kill the 600 rank. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, this would be just to kill it and then start saving up for the other thing, yeah. So it's either I think here it's just int or damage. So int for this one. Is there anything else I can get? Like that one for 5 that has just damage on it. In case it's enough to be cheap. Maybe I don't have to re-roll it. Yeah, I mean that one's not bad actually. So because these can really get what? Damage, crit damage. Cast speed. Um yeah. As well as moving stuff around. Crit damage, cast speed, damage, 1. Okay, bunch of choices there. E2 or higher. Okay. So like T1 damage is available for like 8. Mm-hmm. Let's try 2, just in case. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get T1. 30 for T1, T2. That's it. Okay. Probably just go with the. Well, I don't know. I wonder if it saves me any money going it this way. Maybe? Cause I can get a 1. T1, 1. Pretty easy. Like super cheap, yeah. They just don't combo. 4 FE for a T1-1. Crit damage. Client update. Damn it. Hard to choose. What might be best? I mean, realistically, it's just whatever the fuck's cheapest. The stat I have least of is cast speed, so it's probably my most beneficial stat. What's max cast speed? 16? Yeah, okay. I got max cast speed for 5. Then I have to roll the other one. Or labor rate's a T8? Huh, okay. Okay. Memory of Disciple. What does this one do? Mana, life, life. It's just life, isn't it? Yeah, this one's pretty much just life. Okay. And then let's do this again. See if we can get here. Crit damage, cast speed. In case this one for some reason has higher chance of getting the combo. $18 for $16.30. I guess that's not bad. It's half what the other one cost. Way cheaper than Waypad, yeah. Okay, and then the last one is gonna be this one, which I don't even know what this one is. This is movement speed, attack speed, cast speed. Yeah, this is cast speed, right? For me. Oh, right, Reap, yeah. Reap will do that. Reap will do that, no doubt. And 24.33 for 20. Okay. Alright. 3 of those. And this is the one that fixed affect sucks ass, but I don't know. Let me look at the memory of origin again. Was that really the only option?
リストはここ。どうぞ。
So if I don't go int, I can go damage. I can actually get that to be there. Yeah, that one's gettable. For 8. Rolls back so often, yeah. No, we're good here. Well, it might still roll back, who knows, but I mean, that's more damage. Fuck it. I'm gonna go with that. I'll sell the other one back. I need to pass this thing, so having it like that is just better.
買うそれとも売るリストはここどうぞ
Okay. And then that's gonna take a little bit. Alright, so what did my damage go to with that? Because yeah, those were all massive upgrades, what I was already running, so. Okay, that is definitely a boost. Already. 270. Okay. That's not bad. Use life source instead for healing. Yeah, I need to essentially level those up as well. I've sold all that stuff though, so I don't have any spare left over anymore. They're faster than yours. Sounds about right. Okay. Let's see.
Skill issue.
Probably. Makes sense to me. Oh. Now I gotta restart. Always a fucking skill issue. Even just getting the game to run. Skill issue. Yeah, I need to... If I level these up, that should be enough to then push up to that point. Hopefully. I mean, who knows? Maybe this build would eventually get there as well, but hard to argue with something that's already showing that it can do that level of damage. Ninja buff. Buff of ninjas. Cannot die. Profaned is now -4 instead of -5. Oh. Okay. That bow. The guy's good. It's a mirror bow, is it? It's perfect. Well, that explains the 5 billion DPS. Or trillion, or whatever the fuck he was doing. Don't need to do that much, though. Oh, there are two ringer. Huh. It's 82. Nice. No, that's not sus at all. He just happened upon a mirror. Bought a bow. As you do. Close, 527. So I still need a little bit more to be able to push to the point where I can get to it. Just took it a little harder, yeah.
買うそれとも売るリストはここどうぞ
Okay. 0.15. So it is. Yeah, I could just go black sale and run my own. Because I do need a fuck ton of this shit. I do need a lot of it. Motherfucking unite. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it would be better to run my own black cell for it. I don't know. I don't know what exactly to focus on right now. Don't know exactly what to focus on right now. Cause I just need to essentially, yeah, beat 600, upgrade the town, farm this over and over again, sell everything, buy yeah. A breakpoint for transmitter. Bring some Yeah, I'll probably if I get the breakpoints for the traits, that might be enough to do it. Because I just got what 530 there by just putting in level 1s. If I get all 3 breakpoints up, that'll be another like 15 to 20% additional damage. Plus the scaling that comes from the things. So that probably pushes me right around 300 mil damage wise. So yeah, I probably just need to farm up the scrap. Rarely die. It's a good time to do it. Yeah. Hard to know what I should do. Yeah, if I just want to, I mean, I wonder if I could just do it with the 2 rings.
それとも売るリストは
I wonder if it would be enough
どうぞ
if I just slap him on to like jump that gap. It'll break the rest of my shit. Yeah, it's easy to fix. I just respec those 3 nodes on the tree. Nine FE. I wonder if this would be enough of a band-aid. If I could remember where that node was. It's there, okay. Alright. Let's see. I'll just send it. What? I have nothing to claim. Stop telling me I have something to claim. Alright. Is this going to be... Oh wait. Fuck. I put the wrong ability on. Not enough. On shutdown maintenance. so he goes up to a 7 stack. Okay, instantly pushed him to 300. Looking at this speed, I think it'll be fine. I just need to not get hit. Ow. Okay, that hurts. Maybe not. Ah! I won't live with these rings. I think is actually what's gonna happen. I'll be like right on the edge of the damage, but I don't think I can live all the way to 600. Ow. Yeah, my damage isn't high enough, even with these. It's close, but it's still short. Ow. Well, I don't know, maybe if I hadn't died, I could just barely squeeze it out. Well, maybe. Yeah. I think if I don't die. I might actually have it. Yep, I got it. Even with the deaths. That was enough. Cool. That's 660. Is it 660? I thought it was 600. Wait, is it 660? No, 600. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. Nice. Yeah. No, so I didn't have to go to 0 because I was generating, because I'm a crit based build, I'm generating the focuses. So I didn't have to worry about it. So I don't have to worry about going to 0. I was able to just slap them on and still use the max focus because of my crits. Which is why I was, okay there. And why I went that route. Okay, so now we need a fuck ton of gold. But that'll let me level up the gliders and stuff. Yeah, there's 1660. I see it now. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, that gives us a goal to start working towards then. Floating, flame, dark steel, flame. That's all flame. Flame. That's all wage cost, okay. And then this is quicksand. That's floating. Which neither of these are, but they're all 5, so. I'll go from auto scraping fuel. You might actually be correct. I would actually not be surprised if that was the case, because I do kind of feel like it's the same for me. Where it doesn't seem to be doing it to auto scrap. Like, how much gold should I be getting from this? 256? It's not that much. I don't know. I don't know if I'd really notice that. That's all you want to do in here? Yeah. Maybe? Aside from wave end? Yeah, maybe. I mean, easy enough. Turn off auto scrapping. And then just scrap it here. Lazy fuck the gold. Auto scrapping doesn't give you the workers. I mean, that's true. Maybe. I mean, it does say here. Where did it say it? When gaining a new laborer after reaching the max laborer limit, the lowest level laborer will automatically be scrapped. So it does have some auto scrapping already in there. So if you just put these at 0, you'll start deleting them from the highest once you max out anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. Not too glad it's different. Still don't know what else to do with the gold. I mean, if it's working, it's a good resource for it, I guess. 3% chance for a surprise event during raids. Surprise event during raids. Okay, interesting. I need to upgrade all of that stuff now. I need so much FE then, holy fuck. That is yeah, it's interesting. Good or bad? Okay. Alright, these I could just sell back. I don't need them anymore. I won't need them for the next guy, and I don't need them for this guy. So I'll just sell them right back. He will die. Anyway, gives good loot. Okay. Those did what I needed them to do, which was get me through that section. So now literally all I need to do is just farm until I can get... Yeah, until I can get enough FE to swap over to the bow setup. Which is like kind of a lot of FE, but if I do another day like today and just farm boss farm, plus using the gold to now do the higher raids once I get everyone upgraded and running and do the shipments and things, it probably would be okay in like almost a day. I can even do some off stream if I want to. Grind it out. Those are the rolls. Yeah. There's like 4 rolls. Yeah. Off stream. Well, just walking around. Off stream farm. Oh, but yeah, I mean, I'll say. It's kind of an expensive setup to get to. And not knowing if it's good or not is... I mean, it's good, but, you know, with investment. That level of investment. Of course, it's hopefully going to be good. Cards instead of shit maps like this. Yeah, I guess I should, like, drop doing, or stop doing cards. I'm just predisposed to do cards, but yeah, I shouldn't be doing cards. Shouldn't be doing cards. Yeah, you just see the cards and you're like, okay, do that one. Then you don't think about it. Ow. Right, yeah, we don't necessarily need the card in any way. In that regard, yeah. Yeah, no, I'll probably just focus on the maps that matter then. And then try to speed it up. Because, I mean, yeah, the faster I can get into the Reign of Arrows setup, the faster I can, like, run through at max speed. I drop some things for speed. Yeah. It's not too much, realistically, for me that I could even get speed-wise. My passives and just warping is gonna give me what I have right now. Like, yeah, I could get probably more, but... it's not too bad as it is. Yeah, I mean, realistically, the speed would come from just doing a lower tier map, not a 7-2. Make it so I could just one-click everything. Do a 7-0. Go back to doing those. The helm. Oh yeah, true. That corrupt could give 40% if I was to utilize it on this setup. Yeah, I think realistically 7-0 is just the actual play, just to make it so you can kill this like instantaneously. Just waiting like this just for that little bit of extra chance is just not worth it. So, in that regard, it's like way better to do it here. For me at least. Animation blurry steps. Oh, yeah. Could just do that for more speech. Oh, whoops. Hasn't been reset to be the right passive tree. What's it, 148? Okay. I have no idea what that means. Is that even under survival? $45. Just a wee bit faster. Okay. That works. I'll focus on that as my way to go about it then. Just bust out as many of those as I can, as fast as I can. Try to stack up stuff. And we'll save up for the arrow swap. Cause I think, yeah, that's gonna, if I can afford it, I think it will be better and it will be faster and all that stuff. So, I think it should in turn be the correct play. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going. We'll stack up a bunch of gold, stack up a bunch of stuff. I'll probably play a little bit offline as well, just to see if I can speed it up in any kind of sort of way, which I should be able to. We'll just fucking pound out some levels, pound out some gear. All good. Not levels. I mean, well, do boss levels very quickly to get a bunch of upgrades, so that should be good. And, yeah, we'll try to switch over to bows. Pounding it out, yeah. We'll try to switch the bows. I like this setup, but yeah, I am like relatively afraid of it not scaling very far, so chances are good that's gonna end up being a problem in the long run if I keep trying to stick with it, which is fine. I'd rather switch quickly to something that has potential and then just keep working on that gear. And, you know, I don't mind the other gear. If it's just the Lone Messenger and that glove, then yeah, it's 2 expensive pieces. I mean, probably a lot more than just 2 expensive pieces, but at least T0 stuff is somewhat workable when it's just a bunch of rare pieces of gear. So yeah, all good, all good. We're gonna go with that as being the option we try to go for. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Had a Prairie 2 and a Maribosa. Yeah, they're probably like, you know, at the end of the day gonna be very expensive, but I mean realistically, you know, same as last time I did 2020, right? It's just the reality of doing 2020 is you're gonna have to fucking invest in it. So might as well start investing in the correct thing early. That way you don't pay like excess taxes and stuff on things that aren't the thing you're trying to get. So best to go and send it early on something. And I've never played bows, so that's fine. Split versus round updo. Okay, sounds good. I mean, yeah, it'll take me a day or two at least to get to the point where I can swap over to that, unless I get extremely lucky with something. I mean, fuck, who knows? Maybe something drops from like a drop of pedigree, and all of a sudden I can swap over instantly if it's a good enough one. So, who knows? Anyway, thanks for chilling. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Prodigy, Lime, Spoops, Axlox, Romantic Barrage. Thank you so much for the resubs, gifted subs, bits. Appreciate that as always. For now, though, I'm gonna go get myself some food and get myself some sleep. Maybe. In that order. Or I'm gonna sleep in my food. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna get out of here. Rogers, seafoods, shanks, messy, nuts, lunch, wild twitch. Y'all have yourself a good one. I shall see you all tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see what the thing is on Tenji as well.